Chapter 43-47. Gollum. This vortex is a long, narrow passage. After Jian Wushuang plunged into this vortex, he continued to blast forward. Gradually, he felt that the surrounding lake was getting hotter and hotter, and the front was even hotter. There was a flash of fire. I do not know how long it has been. Puff! Like crossing the temperature jump layer, Jian Wushuang emerged from the water instantly, and was shocked by the picture in front of him. After seeing through this narrow passage, the front vision suddenly opened up, and a huge furnace and fire furnace appeared in front of him. This melting pot of fire is huge, hidden deep in ground, and countless blood-red flames sticky, like water, constantly emerging, burning the void. This is all innate fire. The expression of Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly burst into ecstasy. You must know that he had only absorbed the breath of Otaki with the thickness of his fingers before he awakened the bronze ancient tripod. Later, he could not absorb the fist-sized Dinghua air, making the bronze ancient tripod again go up one level. Nowadays, this congenital Dinghua seems to be absorbed by the bronze ancient tripod. To what extent will the bronze ancient tripod soar? Jian Wu's eyes twinkled, and in his ring, the bronze ancient tripod made a violent shock like never before. San! Jian Wushuang spread out his right hand, grabbed a glance at the furnace fire pool, and in time, countless divine power poured out of him, forming this congenital fire pool into a huge enclosed space. Subsequently, Jian Wushuang no longer suppressed the bronze ancient tripod and let the bronze ancient tripod shoot out from the ring of Qinquan. Hey! Suddenly, the bronze ancient tripod was suspended in the air, spinning continuously and making several long howls. The next moment, I saw this bronze ancient tripod as a monarch of fire, like a whale sucking water. Countless innate Dinghua gas burst out of the pond and quickly poured into the bronze ancient tripod. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, countless innate auras of fire, intertwined with each other, came from all directions, with the bronze ancient tripod as the center. Bronze ancient tripod. It's dense, covered with sun, and mighty. Jian Wushuang blinked like this. This bronze ancient tripod, wouldn't it all the congenital Dinghua Qi here? You know, this aura of innate fire is the cornerstone of spiritual practice in the Holy Land. It's nothing. Shaking his head, Jian Wu sat on both knees, slowly closing his eyes, and the divine power continued to flow from his arms, refining the bronze ancient tripod. This practice is the passage of 3 years. Congenital Dinghua outside the pool. She Xian dominates, quietly sitting cross-legged. Xiao Mei frowned slightly. From time to time, she looked down at the blocked congenital Dinghua Qi, and sometimes she looked up into the distance, with a touch of anxiety on her face. It's been 3 years. Don't abandon your excellency. Why haven't you come out yet? It was a bit of anxiety to dominate the heart. It had been 3 years since Jian Wushuang entered the congenius Dinghua Qi. During these 3 years, she had not seen the trace of Jian Wushuang, but she could feel that the Dinghua in the congenital Dinghua Qi is decreasing at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. This made her heart start to tremble. If Jian Wushuang only absorbed a little innate fire, doesn't matter. She came with the sword and finally left silently, no one would find out. However, if Jian Wushuang absorbs too much, the result will be different. This congenital Dinghua pond is the congenital Dinghua Qi that has been hoarded since the chaos ages for tens of thousands of times. The Lord of the Holy Land repeatedly reported. However, in the 3 years she has guarded the congenital Dinghua pool. The congenital Dinghua gas consumed in the congenital Dinghua pool is full of a number of chaos ages in the entire Lingding Holy Land. With such a large amount of consumption, once things are revealed, even if she is broken, she cannot afford such responsibilities. Just as she was stunned in her heart, there was a sudden footsteps behind her. Who? Suddenly the heart dominated. Elder mind, it is me. Lord sent me to get some innate fire." With the words, a boy with a gourd came in. My heart dominated when he saw the situation, and he could not help but feel a little loose. Fortunately, it was only the boy under the Lord. "Well, give me the gourd. You can wait for me here." The heart dominates the expression, pretending to be bland. "Okay, then trouble, elder heart." The boy grinned. "No trouble." The heart-minded master smiled, and immediately took the gourd and inserted it into a fist-sized hole. Suddenly, a steady stream of Dinghua rushed in, filling the gourd gradually. When the boy saw that he was okay, he said arrogantly, "Elder mind, I ask the Lord, this congenital Dinghuochi, is it all right?" The domineering heart holding the gourd trembled when he heard that he didn't turn his head back, and a smile on his face squeezed out. "I'm here in person. What can happen?" The boy nodded his head. I didn't notice the strangeness in the voice of Lord Dominion, and said casually, "Elder Minshin, do you know where Elder Minshan has gone?" Recently, the Lord asked him something. Searched the Holy Land and didn't see him. "Oh, Shishan is gone?" He frowned. "Yes, Elder Laozhan has disappeared for a while, and since you came back from the mission, everyone has seen him and never seen him again." Maybe somewhere to retreat? My heart dominated my heart, and for some reason, I felt that the news of Elder Shishan had a great relationship with Jian Wushuang. Probably. The boy is not suspected of having him. After a while, the heart-minded master will give the gourd to the boy. The boy immediately thanked him and waved his hand and laughed. Elder heart-minded, then I will not be here any longer. Lord is still waiting. Ding Hui Chi. Walk slowly, then I won't give it away. After a while, the boy left, and his heart sighed with relief. Immediately, she looked down at the gate of the blocked innate Dinghuochi again, and her eyes became more and more worried. There are still 7 years to go, and it is time to re-rotate. At that time, the Dinghui gas in the congenital Dinghui pool will be greatly reduced, and it will definitely be discovered. Time flicked, and 7 years passed again. Congenital Dinghui pond. The congenital Dinghui gas that had originally been in the ocean has shrunk in a large arc. In 10 years, the congenital Dinghui gas in this congenital Dinghui pool was at least 70% less. The bronze ancient tripod is suspended in the void, just like a gigantic beast, tirelessly devouring a large amount of innate Dinghui gas. Chapter 40, 348. Hey! The bronze ancient tripod was suspended in the air, spinning slowly. All of a sudden, the thickness of each finger was like a serpent-like innate fire from the pool, and then poured into the bronze ancient tripod and was swallowed and refined. For a full 10 years, the bronze ancient tripod no longer absorbs the congenital Dinghui gas, and the congenital Dinghui pool, which was still not deep at the bottom, has almost reached the bottom. And the bronze ancient tripod that devoured a large amount of congenital Dinghui gas has suddenly changed its appearance again. I saw the original simple and glorious bronze ancient Ding. At this moment is covered with flame patterns. These flame patterns flow away and spread, reflecting the dark Ding body, a glamorous red. Bursts of power burst out from the ancient bronze tripod, and the power was fascinating and shivering. If it weren't for the divine power laid down by the sword, the power would be blocked layer by layer. I'm afraid that the whole sacred place would surrender under this power. In the void not far from the bronze ancient tripod, the sword sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, his black hair hanging down like an ancient sculpture. In the past 10 years, his refining of bronze ancient tripods has been unprecedentedly fast, and he has fully refined the bronze ancient tripods by 30%. Even he can try to control the innate Dinghui Qi in the bronze ancient tripod, and only one ray of innate Otsuki Qi. What is this concept? Ever since ancient times, no one has ever heard of someone who can control the innate 5 elements. What is innate? It is the chaos, the heavens, the highest level of energy in the universe. This innate air of 5 elements can be used to assist in spiritual practice, and it can be used to comprehend and create your own power of the 5 elements of the day after tomorrow. For example, the previous 5 elements god and now the Ling Ling Holy Land are used in this way. However, it is impossible to directly control the innate 5 elements, which has never been done in ancient times. Or even if there is, but in the understanding of Jian Wushuang, it has never been heard. It will probably take a few days, and the innate Dinghua gas in this innate Dinghua will be absorbed. And this bronze ancient tripod will reach a state of saturation and consummation on the innate aura of fire among the 5 elements. Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, and a red mang flickered from his eyes. At the same time, he made a good decision in his heart, and after leaving the congenital Dinghua pond, he left a lot of cosmic source stones and law treasures as compensation, holy shrines. His sword is unparalleled, and he never likes to take advantage of others. Since the innate Dinghua gas in this congenital Dinghua pool has been absorbed by the bronze ancient dingers, he will find a way to supplement it from other places. Over the years, he has fought for the north and the south. First, he obtained the Taro treasures from the Taro ruins, and later scraped tens of thousands of years in the ancient road of Shinkong, the accumulated natural treasures and the source stones of the universe. Even some of the top extremes are worse. Therefore, he is also confident that the treasure he left to the Holy Land of Holy Land will never be lower than this pool of congenital fire. Congenital Dinghua, outside the pool. My heart dominated his face, and he paced back and forth. Today is the time when the guardian of the congenital Dinghua is on duty in the Linghu Holy Land, and the elders who have come to the duty have been waiting outside for a long time. What can I do now? Ji Xinju turned his head and glanced at the black mirror that showed the total amount of congenital Dinghua Qi, and his face was desperate for a moment. I saw the congenital Dinghua Qi displayed on the black mirror, and there was only one layer left. Once she was seen by the elder who took the turn, she didn't need to guess that she knew that she was finished. Don't worry. What other fame are you doing? How long will the old man wait outside? Outside the congenital Dinghuoqi, the elder Yanbin, who was in charge of taking over the rotation, took over impatiently. Elder Yanbin, it will take a while, you wait a little. My heart dominated a smile on my face and replied loudly. Her voice shuddered. The elder Yanbin snorted and said, Well, I don't care what you have to do, and the husband will give you a joss stick time. After a joss stick time, regardless of whether you agree or not, the husband will come in. After this sentence, the congenital Dinghuoqi was quiet and there was no reply. Tickle. Time is slowly flowing away, and the time for a joss stick is coming soon. The elder Yanbin, who was waiting outside the door of the congenital Dinghuoqi, could not wait any longer, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Don't worry, the old man has to see. What are you doing? Huh. The next moment his right palm shot fiercely, banging on the bronze gate outside Dinghuoqi. The congenital Dinghua pond located in the Linghu Holy Land is like a circle that continues to expand. Each ring covers a ring. On each ring, the disciples of the Lingyuan Holy Land are defended by the Yen family. The core is located at the deepest place, congenital Dinghuoqi. Outside, it is the elder caretaker who dominates the stay. Boom! With the right palm of the elder Yen Bian slamming on the bronze gate, suddenly a shock shaking suddenly exploded. The intensity of this shock is directly in the entire Ling Di Holy Land. As if it caused an earthquake, countless earths are split and countless voids are crushed. As if they are in the end of disaster. The wind is angry, the world is discolored, and the world seems to be in chaos again. No words can describe the power of this shock. This is... The elder Yanbin's face changed suddenly, and he naturally knew that this shock was not all the inspiration in his palm. He hadn't waited for him to think about it. The next moment, a huge shock wave exploded from the congenital Dinghua pool, then swept away in all directions and instantly smashed the bronze ancient door, then hit it severely on the elder Yanbound, smashing him close to 1,000 feet. What exactly is it? The elder Yanbin fell to the ground, terrified, exclaimed, In his horrified eyes, he saw a fiery red bronze tripod that burst out from the innate Dinghua pond at the core and blasted away. Immediately, a flower bloomed in front of him, and he saw a young man wearing a black robe with fur on his face, but not appearing rugged, following behind the bronze ancient tripod and chasing it out. Slightly longer, and want to escape again. Jian Wushuang smiled angrily, flashing a cold mang in his eyes, probing hard with his right hand, and directly grasping the bronze ancient tripod that he wanted to escape. The next moment, the sword Wushuang cast the mystery of dragon's blood. Tens of thousands of times the majestic divine power poured out madly, and suppressed this bronze ancient tripod. Boom, boom! The bronze ancient tripod vibrated wildly, constantly trying to break away from the swordless hands. However, Jian Wushuang's 5 distinct knuckle fingers are like pouring molten iron. No matter how the ancient bronze tripod struggled, he stood still and suppressed it. The sharp sword energy erupted from between 5 fingers and was drawn on the bronze ancient tripod fiercely. Gradually, the struggle of bronze Guding weakened. Jian Wushuang felt the fading power in the bronze ancient tripod, and his eyes were even colder. Fortunately, he refined the bronze ancient tripod by 30%. Otherwise, he would rely on his own strength, and he was afraid that he could not suppress it. Bronze ancient tripod filled with the instinctive energy of Manchi. Chapter 40, 349. Now honest. Jian Wushuang gave a cold hum and turned his right hand, and retrieved the bronze ancient tripod from the Qingquan ring. Raising his head, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but stunned, and saw that the Lingling Holy Land under his feet had been transformed into a fragment of a wall under the shock wave of the bronze ancient tripod. Numerous disciples of Lingling Holy Land were looking up, staring at him dumbfounded. "You, who are you?" The elder Yanbin was paralyzed sitting in a fragment of the wall, staring in horror at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang said, a little guilty conscience. Da-da-da-da. Behind the sword, a rapid footsteps sounded. Immediately, I saw that under the shock wave, there were also some embarrassed enthusiasts who ran quickly. "Do not abandon your excellency." My heart dominated the chest and wheezed slightly. The elder Yanbin shrank his eyes, sometimes looking at Xiang Jianwashuang, sometimes looking at the dominating heart, and finally seemed to understand something. His face changed. "Okay. Don't worry, you colluded with outsiders and entered the congenital Dinghua. You are in big trouble." As soon as his voice dropped, he saw a stream of flames, dragging the tail flames, from the position of the 7 peaks of Lingzhu, and quickly burst through the air. In this flame streamer, there is a sound boom. In just a few breaths, the flame streamer appeared in front of everyone. Countless flames dissipated, revealing a majestic middle-aged man with red hair and 2 eyes of fire. "Sir Lord! Meet the Lord!" Suddenly, many disciples in the surrounding sacred holy places, as well as the elders who were dominated by their hearts and the elders who were bound by the heart, all kneeled down on one knee. This majestic middle-aged man is the contemporary Lord of the Holy Land. At this moment, Ling Di, the Lord's complexion, was a complexion. He first glanced at Jian Wushuang coldly, and then immediately fell on the prince, who said, "Take me to see Ding Huiqi first." My heart dominated, and no one knew better than her about the situation in the congenital Dinghuoqi. The congenital Dinghua accumulated in the tens of thousands of chaos periods in the pond has no drop now. She couldn't imagine how the Lord Lingling would fall into this state if he saw the scene. Yes. Taking a deep breath, my heart dominated the scalp. Then the Lord of Hearts and the Lord of the Hearts walked step by step toward the congenital Dinghua pool. The congenital Dinghua pool is hidden under the ground, and the gate consisting of 10,000 years of ice and cold black iron has blocked the congenital Dinghua pool firmly. At this moment, the gate made of these 2 cold and cold black irons has been completely blown open by a bronze ancient tripod, revealing a huge cave. Numerous scorching breaths emerged from this cave. Ling Ling, with a somber face, walked towards the cave, just looking down. In an instant, the Lord of the Ghosts fell like an ice cellar, his expression completely stagnant, innate. What about Ding Hua? Next moment, Ling Ling's body shivered. In his eyes, I saw that the innate Ding Hua was originally stored in the deep innate Ding Hua pool. At this moment, it was empty, and there was no drop of innate Ding Hua gas left. What about innate fire? A heartbreaking howl emanated from the mouth of the Lord Ling Ling immediately afterwards. He saw the Lord Ling Ling turned his head suddenly, and he looked eagerly at the Lord of the Heart and Sword Master, his body shaking with anger. You it! Boom! Immediately, a momentum of invincible burst out, centered on the Lord of the Divine Puppets. Ling Ling Lord was instantly furious to the extreme. Suddenly, the main body saw the situation, and suddenly covered with cold hair, a row of fine cold sweat appeared on his forehead. As soon as she was about to speak, Jian Wushuang stepped out and stood in front of her. Your mission is done. Leave the rest to me. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly at her, then turned her eyes to look at the Lord Ling Ling. Shinchan said, Lord, that's it, you listen to me. I said you. Ling Ling's lord looked pale, and immediately stepped on it, grabbing toward the sword unparalleled. At this moment he had fallen into rage. Where could he hear the next half-sentence? A golden sharp gun suddenly appeared in the hand of the Lord of the Gods. He stepped on it, and endless flames appeared directly on his legs. Every step he took was a flame mark in the air. Go die! At the next moment, the Lord Ling Ling stabbed forward fiercely, and instantly the golden lance was stabbed fiercely towards the swordless pair of skulls. Countless flames spewed from the tip of the sharp gun. Jian Wushuang saw a slight frown on his brow, leaping back one step, avoiding the thorn, and at the same time he said in a deep voice, Holy Lord, calm down first. I can't calm down. Ling Ling's lord is flushed with eyes and gasping. If there are not so many disciples present, I'm afraid he can't help crying. The congenital Dinghuochi, but the linguistic Holy Land, has a whole number of 10,000 chaos times, and now the whole 10,000 number of chaos times all have made Jian Wushuang a wedding dress disappearing. Who can bear this? After seeing the Lord of the Divine Lord roaring, he bullied himself again, and the flaming gold gun in his hand hit the banana like a violent storm and like a big bead and a bead falling on the jade plate. He shot thousands of shots instantly. Stabbed sword unparalleled. Hey! Numerous gun shadows overlapped and intertwined, and each shot stabbed like a roar of a fire dragon, terrifying to the extreme. Jian Wushuang turned his head slightly, facing the dreamlike gun shadow, and appeared quite relaxed, avoiding them one by one. Until now, Jian Wushuang thought that it would be best to resolve the matter peacefully. After all, he had taken away the innermost part of the Holy Land. However, Jian Wushuang's blind concession did not make Ling Ling's lord give up, but instead he fought more and more fiercely. At the back, each shot of Ling Ling's lord had gone straight to Jian Wushuang's life gate. Endless. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed, and his face gradually grew cold. Well, now that I'm telling you that you can't hear me, I'll convince you first, and then tell you. Talented, supernatural, puff! Instantly, a realm of power came to the audience. Under the power of this realm, the breath of the Lord of the Ghosts quickly weakened, and the breath of the sword unparalleled was skyrocketing. Gradually, the speed of Ling Ling's lord slowed down. The next moment, he stabbed a shot, and the flame gold gun in his hand was actually stretched out by Jian Wushuang and caught in one hand. Okay. Ling Ling's expression was stunned at first. Then he roared, his spirit was surging, his hands pulled back. Didn't move. Tugged again. Still not moving. This? The Ling Ling Holy Lord froze, slowly raised his head and looked at Jian Wushuang. I saw Jian Wushuang, grabbing the flame gun with his right hand, and looked down at him facelessly. Chapter 4350. Jian Wushuang's divine strength is tens of thousands of times greater than that of Master Lingling. At the moment, under the blessing of the primitive universe, the gap between him and Master Lingling has reached an incredible level. Has it been enough? Jian Wushuang spit out these 5 words. I. Lingling's face turned red, and he couldn't say a word. Now that you've played enough, can you say it well? Jian Wushuang's expression was calm, and he released his 5 fingers holding the flame gun. Suddenly, the Lord of the Puppets, who was too late to pull back, was too late to react. His body fluttered, and he almost fell from the air. The Lord of the Puppets, who clenched his flame gun again, grinned again on his face. Ha! You took my holy ground, and now you are so embarrassed to tell me. Do you want me to speak well? If you want this suzerain to speak well, then take my first move. Mystery, Qi may really fire. Lingling shouted loudly. His hands were fierce. Suddenly, the flame gun disappeared and turned into a golden flame. As soon as this golden flame came out, it suddenly seemed to burn the sky, turning the entire sky and the earth into a sea of fire. The sword, unparalleled under this sea of fire, is like a flat boat in the sea of anger, as if it would be swallowed by the sea of fire at any time. Go to hell! The Lingzhu Lord smirked, and his hands were torn again. Instantly, this golden flame turned into a lifelike golden fire dragon. Each scale was shining, and the flames stepped on his feet. Go with! The Lord Lingling yelled and pushed forward fiercely. Instantly, this golden fire dragon arrogantly screamed at the sword, biting at the sword. Stubbornness. Jian Wushuang shook his head. He wanted to use Wu Crying God to smash this fire dragon, but it seemed like he had thought of something. Instead of pulling out Wu Crying God's sword, he turned his right hand, and a bronze ancient tripod appeared out of his hands. The bronze ancient tripod was repressed by Jian Wushuang's divine power. The original mighty horse has been restored to its original shape, like an iron golem of Hei Bukikyu. Just try your might. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, grasping the bronze ancient tripod and throwing it forward. He immediately smashed towards the fire dragon in the proud world. However, in order to be afraid of this tripod, Jian Wushuang directly smashed the Lingzhu Lord into ashes and controlled the power, and only used less than 10% of the power of the bronze ancient tripod. Hey! I saw the bronze ancient tripod suddenly turned into a parabola, and hit it fiercely on the mouth of the fire dragon formed by the 7 fires. Huh! There's no obstacle at all, just like a sledgehammer hitting tofu. This mighty fire dragon was directly smashed by an inch, disintegrated, and turned into countless beach flames. This is not over yet. After the bronze ancient tripod smashed the fire dragon, a twirling spin, smashing again towards the Lingzhu Lord. What is this stuff? When Lingling's face went blank, he saw a black iron golem that rushed out of countless Mars, constantly enlarging in his pupil. In the end, the bronze ancient tripod drew a radiant arc to the extreme and hit him straight on his forehead. What did I smash? This is the last thought that flashed in the mind of Lord Lingbai. Immediately, his eyes darkened and he passed out. Call out! The unconscious spirit lord fell to the ground and raised countless dust. Holy Lord! How dare you kill the Lord? Suddenly, countless disciples of the Holy Land and Elder Jufeng, who watched the battle, yelled. It was just that they were full of embarrassment and impetuous appearance, but none of them dared to step forward, but actually faced sword unparalleled. Jian Wushuang seemed to be ignorant of them, and did not care about them, but looked at the bronze ancient tripod and frowned. A light flashed in his eyes. This is the first time he has used this bronze ancient tripod to face the enemy. He has tried his best to control the strength of the bronze ancient tripod, and has only used 10% of the strength of the bronze ancient tripod itself. I didn't expect that even if it did, the sacred body of the Lord of the Gods would be nearly collapsed, and the spirit was directly occluded under severe blows. This is an invincible master. If he used the innate air in the bronze ancient tripod, would the power still be available? It seems that the strength of this bronze ancient tripod is far beyond my imagination. Thinking of this, Jian Wu's eyes flickered, and his thoughts were full of moments. After a moment, Jian Wushuang stretched out his right hand and grabbed it, and the majestic power poured out, and the bronze ancient tripod was captured back, and it was collected into the ring. "Don't worry, you lord is fine." Jian Wushuang lowered his head and gave a glance to everyone in the Holy Land, Holy Land. Seeing Jian Wushuang's eyes, they shuddered in their hearts. They just finally saw it clearly. The thing that did not slip away and smash the suzerain turned out to be a bronze ancient tripod. A tripod? This is too fierce. 1 month has passed. In this month, Jian Wushuang did not leave Lingling Holy Land, but quietly waited for Lingling Holy Lord to wake up. For Jian Wushuang, the Holy Land of sacred gods, although it is just a common force that can be destroyed, but he has never acted in favor of others. He said before that he would pay resources to make up for the spirit. Sacred place, then he will naturally say it. At the 7th peak of Lingling, there is a cliff overlooking the entire Lingling Holy Land. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the edge of the cliff, silently comprehending the avenue. The master of my heart respected and respectfully stood behind Jian Wushuang like a servant. Since Jian Wushuang defeated Lingling Master a month ago with a trick of bronze guding, she was completely convinced by Jian Wushuang. Don't abandon your lord. Lord has awakened this morning. Gong Xian dominated complimently. Jian Wushuang's back was dominated by Xian, nodded when he heard the words and stood up. Okay, let's go and see him. Yes. After a while, Jian Wushuang saw the Lingzhu Holy Lord in the sovereign hall of the Lingzhu Holy Land. The sober lord who was awake was still weak, although his body was still full of cracks, but his face had recovered a lot. However, he was like a frosted eggplant, with a weak expression and a low sigh, as if he was aging for decades. He looked at Jian Wushuang, who stepped into the hall step by step. His anger on his face had disappeared, and it was replaced by helplessness. "Sir, you have already taken the innate fire, and I am not your opponent. What else do you want to do? My temple is small, and I can't stand it." The Lord Lingling said helplessly. Jian Wushuang heard a smile and said, "Sir Lord, don't you worry, I just came to pay you compensation." "Make up." He was still frustrated, like the Holy Lord who frosted the eggplant, and suddenly came to spirit. His waist was straight, and his eyes shot bright. Chapter 40, 351. "Sir, how do you plan to compensate?" Light lingered in the Lord's eyes, he said, seeing the sword unparalleled, could not help but be a little bit dumb. If this Lingdi Lord had this attitude, wouldn't it be nice? After a pause, Jian Wushuang groaned 1 or 2 and said, 100 million source stone of the universe, 50 top magic drugs, 50 top magic materials, plus 10 finished top-level magical treasures. Jian Wushuang said slowly. Every time he said the same compensation, the Lord of the Lingering Lord couldn't help beating. After he finished speaking, the Lord of Lingering was already staring at Venus. This. Ling Ling's Lord swallowed, his arms trembling with excitement. 100 million source rocks of the universe is enough to buy dozens of celestial holy places in this cosmic wilderness. 50 top-level magic drugs can even cultivate many ultimate dominators. There are also 50 top-level magic materials, and 10 top-level finished products are precious. It is pitiful to see that in this Holy Spirit holy place, he is the Holy Spirit, Holy Master, holding a top rule of treasure. The Holy Land of Holy Spirit has really fallen for too long, and the slightly valuable things in the Holy Land have already been cleaned up by other forces. It's enough to make me sacred to the Holy Land and double my strength. The Ling Ling Lord exclaimed secretly. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and said, "Lingering the Lord, these resources that I have produced, even if they are not as good as that of the innate fire of Manchi, what do you think?" The Lord Ling Ling groaned slightly. Even if he didn't agree, what would happen? Okay, let's say that. The Lord Ling Ling bit his teeth heavily. Jian Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. Good. Immediately, Jian Wushuang surrendered a ring of heaven and earth to let the Lord of the Lingi clear up in person. After half a day, Jian Wushuang quit in the eyes of everyone in Ling Di Holy Land. Ling Di Holy Land outside the gate. "Don't abandon your excellency, don't you stay long?" he said with a bit of perseverance on his master's face. For some reason, during the period of following Jian Wushuang, she slowly developed a dependency and a feeling of inexplicability and unclearness, not even her own. Wait. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly at her. After that, Jian Wushuang arched her hand and said, "Don't give it away, let's just stop there." The voice fell, and Jian Wushuang stepped on his right foot and suddenly turned into a streamer, darting toward the starry sky in the distance, like a flat boat sailing into the Xinghai. My heart dominated as Jian Wushuang disappeared into the sky's back, and there was a puddle on his face. If I leave today, I'm afraid it's a difference, and there is no date in this life. In the vast sea of stars, Jian Wushuang, while refining bronze ancient tripods, was driving a cosmic boat, constantly driving into the depths of the wild wilderness. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years passed. In this 10,000 years, Jian Wushuang constantly changed his name and changed his name, changed his appearance, and walked in the wild wilderness of the universe to collect the innate 5 elements. Under this 10,000-year collection, for of the innate auras of the 5 elements have been collected by him, Atsuki, Dinghua, Gengjin, and Haishui, as long as one more Cure Earth is collected. Qi, congenital 5 elements, you can collect perfection. And the bronze ancient tripod will also really open. It's just that the search for congenital aura is far more difficult than the other 4 congenital auras. Jian Wushuang searched for 3,000 years and never discovered the news of the congenital aura. Therefore, Jian Wushuang simply slowed down and began to realize the avenue. In this 10,000-year period, he wandered in the secular world, sometimes like a scholar who traveled far away, sometimes like a old Confucianist, sometimes like a warrior standing upright, watching 100 wars, look at the forest, see the ebb and flow, and watch the lives of others. He saw the youthful spirit, the middle-aged calmness, and the old world. Jian Wushuang gradually found out that between lives, drink, and 1 peck, it was decided by heaven like reincarnation. However, the more Jian Shuang looked, the more he lost. Tao, what exactly is it? Just like looking at mountains is not looking at mountains, now Jian Wushuang has fallen into a bottleneck state. But Jian Wushuang knew in his heart that although he was lost now, it was the closest time to the road of understanding. Once he can really see the avenue of heaven. He will be like a nirvana born again. He will really rise up and realize the true meaning of the avenue. Thus, a glimpse of the opportunity to become the supreme divine realm, an unknown star field called the Qianlin realm. Sword Wushuang turned into an old Confucianist. His hair was white, he was holding a crutch, his body was slightly sloppy, and he walked step by step on the official road outside the city. Cold as frost walked beside him, and also turned into an old woman with frosty hair and wrinkled face. In this 10,000-year period, Lung Rushuang finally broke through to the ultimate domination. The two hobbled forward, just like an ordinary old man. No one would have thought that any one of the two would have the mighty power to pinch the planet. Old lady, there is a tea stand in front of Let's Go to Rest. Jian Wushuang bowed his head slightly, looked at the cold frost standing beside him, and smiled. Well, old sword head. Lung Rushuang smiled back and looked at Jian Wushuang's appearance and could not help feeling. Both of them are now the ultimate dominating realm. They will never die, and it is impossible for them to be white-head to old. It's not bad to see each other's appearance now. They were not fast, just like the most ordinary old man, crutching, walking towards the tea stall ahead. The astral force value is not high, or the strongest in the entire astral area is just the main realm of the rule. With Jian Wushuang's current strength, I am afraid he can give this astral area blown out. Entering the tea stall, the owner of the tea stall is a half-elegant, coquettish lady with a long-lasting charm. There is a 10-year-old child under her knee, waving a wooden sword, babbling, saying something I do and know where to learn from. Rivers and lakes black words. 2. What are you drinking? The owner of this tea stall was very kind, and when they saw Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang coming in, they didn't hate them because of their age. Instead, they respectfully pulled away the wooden chairs and helped them sit down. Just some coarse tea. Jian Wushuang said with a smile, Well, wait a second. The owner of the tea stall wiped the fine sweat on her forehead with a rag on her shoulder, twisted her buttocks, and went into the house to go. The boy with the red lips and white teeth under the knee of the owner of the tea stall was a little tired of the sword dance. He stopped, his black and white eyes murmured, and then ran towards Jian Wushuang. Grandpa, where are you from? Chapter 40, 352. Jian Wushuang looked at the boy who was full of heads and brains, only to find it quite interesting. After looking at the cold frost, he joked and said, Grandpa and Grandma come from outside the sky, out of heaven. The boy blinked, his bright eyes blinked, and asked, Where is it outside? Tianwei. Jian Wushuang thought for a while and smiled back, It's a long way from here. At night, you look up at the sky, the farthest one you see. The stars are where my grandpa comes. The little boy heard the words and suddenly pouted his mouth, shook his head, and said, Grandpa, you bullshit. My mother told me that the stars in the sky are places where people can only go after they die. My father, who lives now on the stars. Jian Wushuang heard the words a little dumb, heard the second half of the sentence, and couldn't help but sighed slightly, reached out and rubbed the little boy's head. You are so smart. Grandpa told you a lie. The little boy heard the words and immediately raised his head and hummed a little proudly. Of course, my mother said, I am the smartest child in the world. Jian Wushuang heard the words and immediately smiled and did not speak again. And the little boy was of a natural age and could sit down. He picked up the wooden sword and danced for a while. After a while, the dance was tired, and he ran over again, panting. Asked, Grandpa, then you came from far away. You must have seen many people, you said. Is there a sword fairy in this world? Sword fairy. Jian Wushuang heard the words for a moment, then thought about it and nodded with a smile and replied, Of course there is. Grandpa was once the sword fairy. Ah, Grandpa, are you the sword fairy? The little boy suddenly widened his eyes, and then looked up and down the sword Wushuang. He asked suspiciously, Grandpa, you deceive people. Sword fairy all fly in the sky. Jian Wushuang smiled. Isn't Grandpa saying that? He was a sword fairy before, but now he's old, he can't fly. Lung Rushuang heard the conversation next to her and couldn't help but smile. She did expect that Jian Wushuang still had such moments of innocence, but she didn't say anything. As the wife of Jian Wushuang, only she knew that she was being rewarded by the entire universe, and the pressure in her heart was due to Jian Wushuang in the Temple of Life. If this allows Jian Wushuang to relax briefly, then why not? When the little boy heard Jian Wushuang's words, his big eyes were obviously full of unbelief, but he didn't know how to refute. After thinking hard for a while, he asked with his neck around his neck, then, That Grandpa, tell me, how did you become a sword fairy before? I will believe you. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, then raised his head to look at the sky, and there was a flash of nostalgic memory in the old and muddy eyes. That would have to be said a long time ago. The sunset was sloping west, and time was passing. Jian Wushuang picked some interesting things to tell the little boy. He immediately heard the little boy's eyes widened. His expression was wonderful. His heart was ups and downs, full of longing. After a moment, Jian Wushuang stopped slowly and shook his head and laughed. Well, let's stop here today. It wasn't until the little boy passed a long time before he seemed to be waking up to his dreams. When he looked at Jian Wushuang again, his eyes were already full of worship. Grandpa, I'll tell you secretly, my sword practice will become a sword fairy like you in the future. He held the wooden sword in his hands tightly. His eyes were full of tenderness. As long as you persist, you will. Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. The little boy was happy for a while when he heard Jian Wushuang's affirmation. He even asked Jian Wushuang how many times, only after he got the sword's affirmation. After a moment, his eyes turned, as if thinking of something, and he was curious and asked, Grandpa, what did you practice sword for? Jian Wushuang smiled and just wanted to answer, but suddenly the whole person was holding back. Myself. Why did you practice sword? Jian Wushuang didn't speak, but he looked up at the sky with 1,000 thoughts in his heart. Everyone has a reason to become stronger, or in other words, call it obsession. With this obsession, go all the way forward and dying without regret, you can open up your own way. So what is your obsession? Sword Wushuang can answer this question. At the beginning, his devotion was to be able to protect himself from bullying, to find his father Jian Nantian, and to stay in this world. So, as the other party became more and more powerful, he became so muddled that he went through every level and made himself stronger. Until now, he has become the most powerful existence in the entire universe, except the Supreme. But his sword is unparalleled, but after a moment, he actively wants to become stronger? What to do? No. Taking a closer look at all his actions is actually a counterattack against pressure from all parties. Even now, he wants to realize the Tao, to collect the innate 5 elements, and to break through the supreme divine realm, just to make himself stronger, to face the dragons, to face all the crusades his power. Then, if one day his sword is unparalleled and the universe is invincible, no one in the world can press him for half a point, wouldn't he not practice? Is it stagnant? In Jian Wu's eyes, a sense of confusion gradually appeared. His divine power began to get messy. Fu Jun, seeing as cold as frost, his face suddenly changed slightly, and he immediately swung his right hand to form an enchantment, wrapping her and sword unparalleled. She knows that Jian Wushuang is definitely enlightened and is now in a most critical stage. What she can do is not let anyone disturb him. Within the enchantment, Jian Wushuang fell into a puzzle like never before, as if sinking into the deep sea, sinking. He was completely lost. What is your own Tao? Time flicked. 3 days passed. Under this enchantment, Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushuang seemed to disappear into the world out of thin air. The two of them sat clearly in front of the tea stall, but no one could see them and touch them. This naturally caused another surprise. The little boy was so excited that he shouted again and again, "My dear, I have met a fairy!" The tea stall owner also stayed a while, then quickly knelt on the ground, slammed her head 3 times, and even called the gods to come to the world. The sword in the enchantment is extremely critical. Throughout the ages, the avenue of comprehension failed, and then Daoxin completely collapsed, turning into a walking dead, a powerful humanoid machine, countless, just when Jian Wushuang was about to collapse Daoxin and to follow those people. Suddenly, a human face appeared in Jian Wushuang's conscious world. That's Geniki. Chapter 4353. At this moment, the sword unparalleled fell into a strange state. He was vaguely conscious, as if he was in a deep sea below 9,000 miles, and the power of destroying the heavens and the earth couldn't show the slightest. He could only sink, continuously sink. His chest seemed to be pressed against a huge stone, which made him breathless. Tao, what exactly is it? This path is not heaven, but a path opened up by myself. The avenue is 3,000. Everyone's Tao is different. Some people have the absolute confidence of I'm invincible, and some people are the indomitable, perseverance of the world is so difficult. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes, and his mind was chaotic. Just as he was lost in the middle of the road, a face suddenly appeared in the chaotic consciousness. This face is Xuani. Suddenly, it was like lighting a candle in the middle of a long night, and the dark world was full of light. Master! Jian Wushuang suddenly woke up. Instantly, countless thoughts flowed into Jian Wushuang's mind. From knowing Xuani to Xuani's efforts to protect him, the old pictures kept playing in his mind. This face is not the mark that Hian Yi left in his mind, but the bond that he buried deep in himself. It seemed like a blink of an eye and a blink of an eye for thousands of years. Jian Wushuang's thoughts became clearer and clearer. After Xian Yi, he saw more and more faces. In these faces, there was Jian Nantian, who had once been in order to protect him, and the Supreme of Blood, who was willing to die for him, and the cold and enthusiastic, and for the Giver, who was willing to fight the whole universe. There are too many people who have paid a huge price in order to protect Jian Wushuang. Human faces, one after another, kept emerging in Jian Wushuang's mind. At this moment, Jian Wushuang understood. As if clearing the clouds and seeing the bright moon, Jian Wushuang, who was lost in the Tao, was completely awake. Boom! Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's eyes opened, and countless gods flashed in his eyes. My word is the guardian, not only to protect myself, but also everyone who has protected me. I want to guard the Master. I want to guard the cold as frost and the Temple of Life. Dragons have inverse scales, and they die immediately. They are my inverse scales, and only by becoming stronger can I protect the person I want to protect. I can protect myself. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes were clear, full of determination and unquestionable determination. Immediately, the sword, unparalleled, changed. First of all, his divine power became more and more pure, as if the jade had been stripped of impurities and became bright. The biggest difference between the Supreme and the Master is the difference in the quality of the divine power. The supreme divine power unique to the Supreme is the supreme dependence of the Supreme above the sky, sitting alone in the clouds, overlooking all beings, and soared unparalleled. Although his divine power did not break into the supreme divine power, but the divine power that dominates the realm, there is a difference between the cloud and mud. Immediately afterwards, he was full of breath, and the same changed. I saw his breath of Xian to Zhang first began to skyrocket, and then began to transform in an unknown direction. This breath makes Jian Wushuang look more transparent, purer and clearer. Let him raise his hands, full of charm. If someone notices Jian Wushuang at this time, they will find that Jian Wushuang now seems to be no longer an individual, but an avatar. Staring at the sword unparalleled is like staring at the road. Time passed slowly. Jian Wushuang immersed in the realization of the Tao, and the realization of the Tao began to go 1,000 miles. Similarly, he began to move towards the Supreme. In the blink of an eye, the time of a jiazi passed. For monks, a time is nothing more than a snap. But for ordinary people, a jiazi is already half of his life, enough to turn a child into a gray-haired old man. Cosmic wilderness, an unknown star field within the astral realm. Early morning. A shabby tea stand on the official road outside the city has not yet opened. An old widower with a thin body and white hair with a mulch in his head walked from Tianyan beside the official road, put a cupboard with yellow mud on his shoulders behind the door, and hit a cold basin. The well water washed his face, picked up a little yellowish white cloth next to the stove, put it on his shoulders, and began to spread a tea stand outside the house. It didn't take long for the tea stand to stand up, and didn't take much time. Because this tea stand is too simple, move a few tables and wooden chairs from the house and place it outside the house. Then a stick is erected, and an apricot and yellow flag with the word tea is tied to the tip of the stick. The tea stand is fine. This kind of thing has been repeated for decades by old widowers. Later, he turned into the house and began to prepare some tea and groceries, in case there was a tea visitor at the door to eat. What he didn't know was, shortly after he turned and entered the house, on the tea stand outside the room, there was a sudden twist in the void, and immediately two young men and women appeared out of thin air. The young man on the left, with a beautiful and stern look, his black hair spread down. But those deep eyes were exceptionally clear, like the blue sky and the sea, as pure as jade. This person, it is the sword unparalleled after comprehending the avenue. The whole time of Jiazi Jianwushuang is immersed in the avenue of understanding. If he used to look like a magic sword with the same sheath and was so sharp that he couldn't dare look straight at him, now he looks like a mountain in the distance and water in the distance. In the middle of it, people can't help but feel good at first glance. In the 60 years of this man, whether it is his breath of divine power or the realm of strength, earth-shaking changes have taken place. The current sword Wushuang, although it has not yet broken through the realm of the supreme realm, is far too much stronger than the previous one, and it is only a short distance away from the supreme divine realm. And the beautiful woman next to him was naturally cold. Jian Wushuang understood the avenue for 60 years, and Lung Rushuang was next to him. He guarded him for 60 years. Now, Jian Wushuang finally clears the gate, and Lung Rushuang has just removed the enchantment. Fu Jun, you seem a little different. Cold as frost looked at Jian Wushuang up and down, a little surprised. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, then said with a slight smile, How is it different? Lung Rushuang thought for a moment and shook his head and said, I can't say it for a while anyway. It feels like there is no fireworks in the world. At first glance, it feels very close. In fact, it looks far away. Jian Wushuang heard a bit of contemplation after hearing the words. This is all the influence brought by the Tao. I'm afraid that with his more and more understanding of the Tao, this temperament will become stronger and stronger. Well, when did the two come? Just then, the old widower walked out with a bowl of pastry groceries in his hand and saw Jian Wushuang and Frost slightly. Chapter 43:54. Okay. Jian Wushuang heard the words and looked at the coward old man, and his face was suddenly slightly surprised. This old man is not someone else. It was Chang Huan who was at his knees and shouted Jian Wushuang to tell him a story. He wanted to fight sword rivers and lakes in the future and become a fairy child with red lips and teeth. Unexpectedly, he just closed the door and turned out to be something wrong. The once naughty childish child has now become a gray-haired old man. I'm afraid that the owner of the tea stall, which still has the charm, has already become a cultivated lass. Looking at this person now, Jian Wushuang has long lost his childhood innocence and is full of twilight. This could not help but make Jian Wushuang slightly sighed. The world is vicissitudes. Do you not recognize me? Converging his thoughts, Jian Wushuang smiled slightly at him. What? The old man heard the words for a moment and looked at Jian Wushuang up and down. When he saw Jian Wushuang's clothes, his face was fair and handsome, and the whole man was full of gentleness and elegance. Immediately the old man wondered, My son, is it old and you have seen it before? Before waiting for Jian Wushuang to speak, he shook his head and said, The son is extraordinary and very extraordinary. He has never seen anyone like a son in his life. If he has seen him, he will never forget it. Forgiveness and obscurity, I really don't recognize it. Jian Wushuang heard a smile and made a decision at the same time. Speaking of which, he can comprehend the avenue. He also has to thank the old man for asking casually when he was a child and unlocked the key to his avenue. Therefore, Jian Wushuang intends to give him a chance. If this person still has a trace of childlike innocence and does not forget his young dreams, then Jian Wushuang will wear his practice path and will start on the road of practice. If this person has long forgotten his dream of that year, then he will be protected to live 100 years old without worry and spend his old age. Stupid child, I ask you, is your wooden sword still alive? But you still have to move your sword and want to be the name of the quake-riding sword fairy? Jian Wushuang looked at him and asked lightly, Suddenly, the old widower was trembling, looking at Jian Wushuang's eyes as horrified as ghosts. Are you the old? The old coward exclaimed in disbelief, and then slammed down on the ground with a slap and repeatedly scratched his head. His life was gloomy and unpredictable. For him, perhaps the biggest episode in his life was Jian Wushuang, who told him the story of Sword Fairy when he was young. Even though time is running out, Xiaohua is no longer, and he has never forgotten the strange encounter he encountered in his youth. Even now in his wooden house, there are still carvings of the old man like Jian Wushuang and the cold frost, which is worshipped daily as a god. Get up. Jian Wushuang's expression was calm. He lifted his right hand up, and suddenly a soft divine power poured out, holding up the old widower kneeling on the ground. No need to bow down. You just have to answer my question. The old woodman heard the words and immediately hit the spirit and excitedly replied, Old Immortal, the immortal words of that year are old. The junior can't forget it. Even the wooden sword, the junior is still at home. After speaking, he quickly turned around and pulled out the wooden sword at the bottom of the box from the firewood house. The wooden sword at this moment seemed to grow old with him, covered with dust and covered with moldy white for everywhere. There are wormholes left by insect bites. The sword was unparalleled and nodded slightly. Well, it'll send you a fortune today. Come here. The coward old man heard the words, dared not to delay in the slightest, and immediately knelt down in front of the sword without double-sided, his expression as religious as a believer. Jian Wushuang stretched out his right hand and slowly pressed it on the head of the widower's old head. Immediately, a gentle divine power emerged from the swordless hands and entered the coward's body, washing his muscles and sacrifice for him. Puff, puff! A trace of sticky black, stinky juice poured from the coward's old body. These are the dark illnesses left by the widower's body for many years, as well as the aging cells and so on. The fairy touches me and grows up. For today's Jian Wushuang, reversing all life and death is really simple. The old coward trembled, and he could feel that he was like an old body filled with lead, and was recovering young and reaching the peak state at a very fast speed. A miracle! This is a miracle! The widower shouted from the bottom of his heart, looking at Jian Wushuang's gaze, even more awe-like. After a moment, Jian Wushuang retracted his right hand. Looking at the widower, the whole person has undergone monstrous changes. Although he is still old and his face is still covered with wrinkles, the spirit and energy exuding from his body are more vigorous than when ordinary people are younger. Immediately, Jian Wushuang doubled his right hand again, and a practice book appeared in his hands. Jian Wushuang said calmly, The old man is dying, staying for thousands of years, and the martyrs are old age with great heart. Today I will send you some good fortune. You only need to enlighten you day and night, and go up and down. You can open the door of longevity, and be a sword fairy you want to be when you were young. This is also a cause and effect between you and me. Thank you for the reward. Suddenly, the old widower was bursting into tears and continued to slap his head toward Jian Wushuang, making a muffled sound of. By the time he looked up, his eyes were empty. The pair of immortal relatives had no idea when, in front of him, there was only one volume of practice exercises left in front of him. Have you gone? The widower was a little lost, then carefully put away this volume of practice. He put away the tea stand and closed the wooden door. From then on, in this unknown starfield in the wild wilderness of the universe, there was no coward old man, but a white-haired sword fairy. At the same time, a cosmic boat is fading towards the vast sea of stars inside the cosmic starry sky and beyond the unknown star field. In a blink of an eye, the cosmic boat disappeared into this star field. Fu Jun, where are we going now? Cold as frost asked in the spacecraft. Jian Wushuang groaned slightly and then replied, If I remember well, it will not be long before the universe festival begins. After a pause, Jian Wushuang continued, I heard earlier that in the heavenly star domain, there was the birth of Shiliang, and we just went there to see if there is any congenital aura, and it is best to rush to the cosmic race before collect the aura of the 5 elements of perfection. Because after the grand cosmic event, I guess there will be no time. Cold as frost heard the words, Lu Mei gently picked, wondering, why? Jian Wushuang didn't reply, but turned to look into the depths of the universe, where the top power stood, and the corner of his mouth gradually evoked a wave of murderous, Mori cold smile. Chapter 4355, Comprehending the Great Tao. Jian Wushuang looked at the strong-looking boy and found him quite interesting. After exchanging a look with Lung Rushuang, he jokingly replied, "Grandpa, Grandma, you came from beyond the heavens." Beyond the heavens? The boy was stunned. He blinked his bright eyes and asked, "Where is beyond the heavens?" "Oh, beyond the heavens," Jian Wushuang thought for a while and replied with a smile, "It's a place that's very, very far from here. When night comes, you can look up at the sky and see the furthest star from you. That's where I came from." The boy pouted and shook his head. "Grandfather, you're talking nonsense. Mother told me that the stars in the sky are places that people can only go to after they die. My father is living on the star now." Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was dumbfounded, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, he could not help but sigh softly. He reached out his hand and rubbed the little boy's head. "You're so smart. You even saw through Grandpa's lie." When the little boy heard this, he immediately raised his head and snorted with pride. "Of course. Mother said that I'm the smartest child in the world." Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled and didn't say anything. As for the little boy, he was at the age where he was naturally playful, so how could he sit down? He picked up the wooden sword and danced for a while. After a while, he was tired of dancing and ran over again. He asked while panting, "Grandpa, you must have seen a lot of people since you came from far away. Do you think there are sword immortals in this world?" "Sword immortal?" Jian Wushuang was stunned. He thought for a moment, then nodded and replied with a smile, "Of course there is. Grandfather was once a sword immortal." "Ah, Grandpa, you're a sword immortal." The little boy's eyes suddenly widened. He sized up Jian Wushuang and asked with suspicion, "Grandpa, you're lying. Sword immortals all fly in the sky." Jian Wushuang laughed. "Grandpa, didn't you say that I used to be a sword immortal? But now I'm old and can't fly anymore." Hearing this, Lung Rushuang burst into laughter. She had never thought that Jian Wushuang could be so innocent. However, she didn't say anything. As Jian Wushuang's wife, she was the only one who knew how much pressure Jian Wushuang, who had a bounty on his head and the divine life palace had suffered a great calamity because of her, was under. If this could allow Jian Wushuang to relax for a short while, why not? Hearing Jian Wushuang's words, the little boy's big eyes were filled with disbelief, but he didn't know how to refute it. After thinking for a while, he straightened his neck and asked, Then, Grandpa, tell me how you became a sword immortal in the past, and I'll believe you." "All right." Jian Wushuang nodded and then looked up at the sky. His old and turbid eyes flashed with a touch of nostalgia. "Then I'll have to start from a long, long time ago." As the sun set in the west, time gradually passed. Jian Wushuang picked out some interesting things to tell the little boy. Suddenly, the little boy's eyes widened, and his expression was wonderful. His heart was full of ups and downs, and he was full of longing. After a while, Jian Wushuang slowly stopped talking. He shook his head and smiled. "All right, let's stop here for today." The little boy only came back to his senses after a long time, as if he had just woken up from a dream. When he looked at Jian Wushuang again, his eyes were full of admiration. "Grandpa, let me tell you a secret. I'm practicing the sword so that I can become a sword immortal like you in the future." He tightly held the wooden sword in his hand, his eyes full of young hesitation. "As long as I persevere, I will." Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. The little boy was overjoyed when he heard Jian Wushuang's affirmation. He asked Jian Wushuang several times and only laughed foolishly when he got Jian Wushuang's affirmation. After a while, he rolled his eyes as if he had thought of something. He then asked curiously, "Grandpa, why did you practice the sword then?" "Me." Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled. Just as he was about to answer, he suddenly froze. Why did he practice the sword in the first place? Jian Wushuang didn't say anything. He just looked up at the sky in a daze, and a myriad of thoughts surged in his heart. Everyone had their own reasons to become stronger, or rather, it was called obsession. With this obsession, he would be able to forge his own Tao without regret, even if he died 10,000 times. Then what was his obsession? Jian Wushuang could answer this question. In the beginning, his obsession was to protect himself, to not be bullied, to find his father, Jian Nantian, and to survive in this world. Thus, as the other party became stronger and stronger, he muddle-headed and passed through one obstacle after another, making himself stronger and stronger. Now he had become the most powerful existence in the entire universe, except for the Supremes. But he, Jian Wushuang, had never taken the initiative to become stronger. What should he do? No, looking closely at all of his actions, it was actually just a counterattack to the pressure from all sides. Even now, he wanted to comprehend the Tao, collect the innate 5 elements Qi, and break through to the supreme divine realm. All of this was just to make himself stronger, so that he could face the Dragon Clan and all the forces that wanted to suppress him. Then, if one day he, Jian Wushuang, became invincible in the universe and no one in the world could suppress him, would he stop cultivating? Was it going to stagnate? Jian Wushuang's eyes gradually revealed a hint of confusion. The divine power in his body started to become chaotic. "My husband." Seeing this, Lung Rushwang's expression changed slightly. She quickly waved her right hand and formed a ward, which wrapped her and Jian Wushuang. She knew that Jian Wushuang must have understood something and was now at the most critical stage. All she could do was to not let anyone disturb him. Inside the wizardry barrier, Jian Wushuang fell into an unprecedented state of confusion. It was as if he had fallen into the deep sea and was constantly sinking. He was completely lost. What was his Tao? Time flew by, and 3 days passed. In the wizardry barrier, Jian Wushuang and Lung Rushwang seemed to have disappeared from the world. They were sitting in front of the tea stall, but no one could see or touch them. This naturally caused another wave of surprise. The little boy was extremely excited and repeatedly exclaimed, "Mother, I've met an immortal!" The lady boss was also stunned. Then she quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times, calling for the arrival of the immortals. Jian Wushuang, who was in the ward, was in an extremely critical situation. Since ancient times, countless experts had failed to comprehend the great Tao, and then their Tao hearts had completely collapsed, turning them into walking corpses or human-shaped machines. Just as Jian Wushuang's Tao heart was about to collapse, and he was about to follow in the footsteps of those people. Suddenly, a human face appeared in Jian Wushuang's consciousness. That was Xianyi. Chapter 4356. It's a long story. I don't abandon your excellency. The wind instrument star field was different that day. I thought it would be harder to see it in my life. I can't even meet you again. The young men and women looked at each other and laughed. Jian Wushuang heard a slight jaw and nodded. We are indeed quite destined. The two were from a pair of ancestors of the Tianjin sect in this wild wasteland. Jian Wushuang met when collecting the gas of Haishui 5,000 years ago. At that time, a war broke out in the star domain where the gas of Haishui was located. Both of them, it is dominated by the 5th level. Naturally, it is not safe and is being hunted down. The person who chased them was the one who occupied the air of Haishui. Jian Wushuang slain the man and took away the air of Haishui. It was also a misery and a blunder. Came down. Since then, the two have been grateful for Jian Wushuang and embarked on a journey. And Jian Wushuang saw that the two were innocent and inexhaustible. After several exchanges, the 3 were familiar. Only later, The two returned to Tianjianzong, and Jian Wushuang continued to collect other innate auras of 5 elements and left it alone. Unexpectedly, 3,000 years later, the three met in this wild star field. Don't abandon your excellency. This time we are following the elders of Zongmin and come here to gain insights. The young man who called the master of Stardust laughed. Don't abandon your excellency. Are you here for this land? In addition, the young woman who was called to be dominated by Star Rhyme asked with a playful blink. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly after hearing the words and replied, Well, what about your elders? The master of Stardust pointed his finger at the central high platform. An old man in the soap robe sitting next to the owner of the Feng family said, My parents and the old family owner are old and are talking about it. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, signaled to know. The Stardust dominated for a moment or two and said, Don't abandon your lord, crouching tigers and dragons in the starry sky. If you want to take the soil, it is better to be careful. I heard that this time the starry sky, the 3 major families in the region, are all interested in this soil, especially the first day of the Qing family's pride, and Qingmu is bound to get this soil. Qingmu. Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow. The Stardust dominated the sound, and his expression gradually became dignified. Yes, that Qingmu is the first genius of this Qing family. No, it should be said that this universe is a wild wasteland, the first genius under thousands of miles of stars. He is extremely talented, but after thousands of years of cultivation, he is already the most powerful among the invincible masters and bears great fortune. When he was practicing at a young age, he had an adventure, and 3 Tao fruit came into the world and fell beside him. Later, when he traveled to the universe, he was recognized by the Demon Phoenix family and obtained the blood of Demon Phoenix. Later, when he asked to dominate the realm, he actually caused a vision of the heavens and the earth, and he was recognized by the cosmic extreme treasure, God Magic Halberd. Now he has been perennially instructed by his ancestor at home and the Qing family, and his strength has no idea how terrible it is. His reputation is known to everyone in the wild wasteland of the universe. Although he has not yet achieved the supreme, almost everyone is convinced that in the 10 Chaos Ages, Qingmu will become the supreme. Even now, in the wild wilderness of the universe, there are already many people who call him Qing Shaozun. Qingmu Shaozun. Jian Wushuang's brow lifted, and his eyes filled with interest, listening to the ruler of Stardust. This genius named Young Herd of Young Herdsmanship is indeed very powerful. Whether it is his own talent or the opportunity of creation, he is considered to be the best in this universe. Million years of achievement in the ultimate dominance in the universe, in addition to his sword unparalleled, is definitely the most top grade. If it is placed in the depths of the universe, it is enough to compete with the sons of the immortal Holy Land and the sons of the great divine kingdoms. The Master of Stardust continued to say in a deep voice, It is rumored that Qingmu Shaozun's current strength, even if placed in Tianjiao and the herd of the starry sky, is enough to rival the existence of a giant. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, then smiled slightly and said, So Qingmu Shaozun, why don't you participate in Shinkong Ancient Road? It seemed that I heard that Jian Wu didn't care too much in the bilingual language, and the Stardust Master had not spoken yet, so he saw the star, Duke Dozu, saying, Don't abandon your lord. Don't underestimate Qingmu Shaozun. He didn't go to the Shinkong Ancient Road, but when the Shinkong Ancient Road opened, he happened to be retreating. After he went out, the Shinkong Ancient Road has passed halfway through. The Overlord Sword Wushuang of the Ancient Starry Sky has also left. Qingmu Shaozun has ambitious ambitions. His goal is to challenge the 10,000-year-old sword in the universe. The sword is supreme, and he has been named the first genius swordsman. When it comes to Qingmu Supreme, the Star Dominion is different from the solemn Stardust Dominion. Her face is full of excitement and worship, and I can't wait to talk to Jian Wushuang carefully about the legendary deeds of Qingmu. It can be seen that she has a lot of respect for that young husband. Stardust dominated the sight, and he couldn't help but stare at the star domain dominion, then looked at Jian Wushuang and said, "Don't abandon your lord. Don't give Yuner general insight." Anyway, Jian Wushuang waved his hand, only feeling a little dumb inside. It turns out that unknowingly has become the object of challenge for many geniuses in the universe. The three were still chatting suddenly. There was a commotion in the crowd, and I wonder who shouted, "Here are the three big families!" All of a sudden, everyone in the audience looked up and looked at the sky. I saw above the sky, first a row of golden carriages came out of the air. This golden carriage is golden and shining. The horse-drawn carriage has double wings on its horseback. A single horn is borne on its forehead, and the golden auspicious cloud is trampled under its feet. It is the golden horn swallowing beast in the universe. In front of the wagon, a golden flag was inserted, and a huge Lai word was written. This is the relief of the three major families. Immediately after the golden carriage passed through the air, we saw a huge boat with the flag north inserted across the sky. This giant boat is extremely towering, like a mountain falling down, making a huge roar. Before this giant boat, two naked giants, backed by chains, dragged the towering giant boat forward. North of the three big families, on Nansha Island, someone was exclaimed, but more people remained silent, focusing their eyes on the tall figure who came alone. He was just one person. Walking against the light, it was hard to see the looks, and he did not use any power, but he overwhelmed the audience. In front of this person, whether it is the golden carriage coming out of the air, or the towering giant boat that swept across the void, it is completely discolored. He seemed to be the son of the heavenly selection by nature. When Fong played, he didn't need any words to be the focus of attention. This person is the first day of the universe's wild wasteland. Chapter 4357. Qingmu Shaozun, the strongest genius recognized in the wild wasteland of the universe, whether it is talent or chance, is the extreme of the universe, and has not yet achieved the supreme deity. But he has been treated the same as the supreme. I saw him coming out of the sky, and the sun and the earth were stepped on by his feet, as if lifted by the sky from the sky, is the darling of the world. Qingmu Shaozun. All of a sudden, everyone on Nansha Island shouted. Their expressions of enthusiasm and worship were like devout believers. The Star Master is also in this rank. At this moment, she is not like a master who is high above her, but more like a secular little girl who sees a flirtatious boy. Her expression is excited to the extreme, and she shakes the arms of Stardust, frantically calling, "Stardust, look at it fast. This is Qingmu Shaozun." Stardust dominated the expression of helplessness and glanced at Qingmu Shaozun, and there was a gloom in his eyes. Both are the ultimate level, but the gap is too big. Is he young Qingmu? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and looked up. I saw Qingmu Shaozun's handsome face, and the of abundance was like a jade. He looked down and looked down. His expression was indifferent, and he could not see any emotions. Immediately afterwards, I saw the owner of the Fong family sitting on the high platform stepping. His body shot out, and he greeted far away. Qingmu Shaozun, siblings, why are you even shocked? The Wind family owner bent over and said with a smile, "If you want this piece of land, as long as you send someone to speak up, I will surely take the initiative to send it to you. Where can I let you deign to come and run in person?" Qingmu Shaozun heard a slight glance at him and said, "Since you have set the rules, and let everyone take this land by their own abilities, this is the rule of the block." As soon as this remark came to an end, the owner of the Wind family immediately slapped his and shouted, "It is worthy of Qingmu Shaozun, Gao Yi." On Nansha Island, everyone else nodded. Qingmu Shaozun Gao Yi. Qingmu Shaozun Gao Yi. For a moment, the words of praise to Qingmu Shaozun were like terrifying sounds, boiling against the sky and heading for the sky. Jian Wushuang was in the midst of the crowd, and he didn't notice it. He touched his nose and couldn't help but feel a little funny. This Qingmu Shezin's strength is unknown for the time being, but if he talks about the faction, I am afraid that he is inferior to him. After a while, Qingmu Shaozun sat down on the main seat with an expression of pride. The young talents of the other two families looked at Qingmu Shaozun, who was holding the moon by the stars, and his looks were a little complicated. Little Qingmu. After a moment of hesitation, the people of these two families were saluting towards Qingmu Shaozun. People have to learn to judge the situation. Qingjia is not weaker than their two supreme families, and Qingmu Shaozun is likely to become the second largest supreme of Qingjia. At that time, the status of Qingjia will be far away. Beyond these two families become the wild wilderness of the universe, and say the best monarch. Okay. Qingmu Shaozun nodded saltily. For him, the young talents of these two families are also good, or the other heroes who are present, even the wild wilderness of the universe, an entire universe of billions of stars and stars, as long as they have not achieved the supreme, they will not be regarded by him. He considered himself to be eligible to be his opponent. There was only one person that is the first day of his life, and the sword was the best sword. He is confident. Today, he has an eye on the entire universe and can fight him a little bit. Only swords are unparalleled. Even he has great confidence to be able to defeat Jian Wushuang within 100 strokes. This is his pride. Winds start from the clouds. He faintly looked at the owner of the Feng family next to him and said, "Yes." The owner of Fingjia quickly nodded, cleared his throat, got up and stood up, looking at the crowd under the platform. Xinsheng said, "She soil is the treasure of the universe. It can spawn thousands of miles of star fields, and endlessly. These treasures should be the strong ones. Therefore, our family is willing to donate the soil so that the strongest in the audience can get the soil. And if you want to prove your strength, the rules to get Xiang are also simple. You just need to defeat all the opponents in the audience and let everyone serve you. Then you are the owner of Xiang." I said, "So do you understand?" The words fell and everyone nodded. It is such a truth that treasures reside in strong ones. Immediately, they looked at Qingmu Shaozun one after another, their eyes flashing for a while. If the person who came this time is not Qingmu Shaozun, they still have the heart to compete for one or two. But when Qingmu Shaozun comes, no one has the confidence to defeat Qingmu Shaozun. I am afraid I will belong to Qingmu Shaozun. Yes, Qingmu Shaozun is here. Who dares to grab something from him? Xiang will definitely belong to Qingmu Shaozun. Everyone talked. Sure enough, as they said after seeing the voice fall. Qingmu Supreme stood up, looked at the audience indifferently and said, "This piece of land, this seat is wanted. Who wants to fight against this seat, is it?" He didn't have a loud voice, but was full of power. No one answered. Seeing this, Qingmu Shaozun became more and more proud in her eyes at the same time. A loneliness surged in her heart. Is the world so big that no one can be his opponent? It was not long before I saw an old man stepping out of the crowd, his face and airways. Qingmu Shaozun. When he was far away in Zhangyan Starfield, he had always heard that Shaozun had great strength. He met each other and wanted to come up and learn. After the old man walked out, someone suddenly exclaimed in the crowd, "Yuan Feng of Zhangyan Star Domain rules!" Yuan Feng's is a long-established invincible master, one of the top powerhouses in the wilderness of the universe. Although Qingmu Shaozun is strong, but he has only practiced for tens of millions of years, and Yuan Feng's domination, only in the realm of invincible domination, has impregnated 10 chaotic eras. When it comes to the background, Qingmu Shaozun must be far not as good as Yuan Feng. This battle is exciting. Qingmu Shaozun raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, looked up and down the Yuan Feng dominated, and said indifferently, 3 tricks. As long as you can take me, I will lose. That Yuan Feng dominated his face did not change. He still laughed, but his heart made a cry. Xiao Zun, the old man admits that you are strong, but you can beat me with 3 tricks. Isn't it too big? Qingmu Shaozuan didn't lift his eyelids. He turned his right hand, and his shape was domineering. The platinum-colored halberd appeared in his hand. Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Boom! The next moment, Qingmu Shaozuan dominated towards Yuan Feng and split it with a halberd. Suddenly, endless divine power spurted out, condensed on this platinum golden halberd, faintly, but also heard a clear sound of foaming. In this euphorbia, there seems to be a phoenix born from a fire, soaring into the sky and chanting in the world. Chapter 43:58. The universe is the ultimate treasure, the magic halberd. It is rumored that when Qingmu Shaozun asked for his dominion, he caused a vision of heaven and earth. A sharp halberd radiated from the depths of the universe and fell into the hands of Qingmu Shaozun. He actively recognized the Lord, God's halberd. Besides that, Qingmu Shaozuan also bears the blood of the demon phoenix. Demon phoenix is a large branch of the phoenix family and is fierce and aggressive, also known as Jihuang. In an instant, everyone was watching, discussing one after another, like several treasures, seeing the supernatural power of Qingmu Shaozuan. The Star Rhyme Master is even more excited, and he continues to introduce to Jian Wushuang and Stardust Master. Look at it quickly. Qingmu Shaozun is going to shoot. This is the first time in 10,000 years that Qingmu Shaozun has shot. Jian Wushuang's expression was light, and he looked at Qingmu Shaozuan at will. I have to say, this Qingmu Shaozuan is indeed quite good. Before he shot it, his breath was not weaker than the Emperor Jinwu defeated by Jian Wushuang in the ancient road of Shinkong. And on the stage, good job! There was a dignity in the eyes of Na Yuanfeng's master, and he did not dare to magnify it. I saw that his right hand was thrown. A glass abacus suddenly appeared in his hands. Fail! Qingmu Shaozun's expression was indifferent, and he lifted up the magical halberd and pressed towards Yuanfeng's master. This halberd is so heavy that it descends like 3 mountains and 5 mountains, and it is powerful. Endless divine power stirs all directions. When Yuan Feng's dominance changed, the halberd hadn't been pressed down yet, and he felt a back-like feeling, his hair covered with sweat. Go with! He stiffened his head and drank a few words. His 5 fingers quickly fiddled with the abacus. Hey! Suddenly each abacus spins, as if shooting from the abacus, like a meteor, welcoming this halberd. Ha! A loud roar came. An entire Nansha island was trembling. Countless dusts floated and formed white smoke. After the white smoke had dissipated, I saw Yuan Feng dominated half-knelt. His face turned into a liver color, and he continued to pant heavily. The Qingmu Shaozuan, who is holding a demon halberd, looks down at Yuan Feng and calmly says, "You are defeated." Yuan Feng dominated, struggling to stand up from the ground, and arched his hands bitterly and said, "The power of Qingmu Shaozuan is second to none in the entire universe." After that, he retreated into the crowd lightly and heavily. It is worthy of Qingmu Shaozun, who is also dominated by invincibility, but Yuan Feng dominates. Qingmu Shaozun is really too strong. I think even the sword Wushuang, who was blown into the first genius of the universe, is far worse than Qingmu Shaozun. It's true that the reason why Jian Wushuang's fame manifests is largely because of the Temple of Life. If it comes to strength, it must not be the opponent of Qingmu Shaozun. Under Supreme, I am afraid that no one will be the enemy of Qingmu Shaozuan. Qingmu Shaozun is invincible. Everyone in the crowd admired. The Star Rhyme dominated the expression with excitement, a pair of beautiful eyes, full of admiration. The Stardust, standing next to the master of Star Charm, the bitter smile on his face could not help more. In view of this situation, I'm afraid that as long as this Qingmu Shaozuan twiddles his fingers, The prince himself will leave him and turn into Qingmu Shaozin's embrace. Don't abandon your excellency, let me tell you. Qingmu Shaozun is very powerful. Xing Yun dominated and looked back at Xiang Wushuang, blowing a smile. Well, yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Is it just good? Xing Yun dominated Wen Yan's mouth, but said nothing. After all, Jian Wushuang had saved her life. However, she had a sigh of relief inexplicably in her heart, and wished that Qingmu Shaozun could teach Jian Wushuang by hand, and let Jian Wushou treat Qingmu Shaozun, and dare not to despise it in the slightest. On the Nansha Island, Qingmu Shaozin's eyes awaited, his expression indifferent and proud. Does anyone else have a shot? He asked lightly. There was no response from the audience. It took a long time before a great man dominated by the invincible. However, this man is only a little stronger than Na Yuanfeng, and he was defeated by Qingmu Shaozuan under 2 moves. Time passed slowly. During this period, there were still some invincible masters coming out from the crowd, including the Tianjiao and Su Lao of the other 2 big families, asking for advice from Shaoqin Qingmu. It turned out that there were no surprises. These invincible masters, who had long been known in the wild wasteland of the universe, were less than 3 moves. They were defeated in the hands of Qingmu Shaozun, and they became the footsteps of Qingmu Shaozun Stone, highlighting Qingmu Shaozun becoming more powerful and invincible. After an hour, no one dared to challenge Qingmu Shaozun. Are there no one? That piece of land is here. Qingmu Shaozin's indifferent expression flashed a scorn, and then he turned and walked towards the high platform to receive the interest. A herd of native chicken shit. Qingmu Shaozuan shook his head. Seeing this, the owner of the Feng family quickly drew a large piece of soil from Qin Kunring. Qingmu Shaozun, who is your opponent in the realm of domination. He laughed first, and then pushed forward, saying, Sa Zun, this is Shiliang. Qingmu Shaozuan nodded. A flash of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, and stretched out his hands toward the soil crowd. Everyone looked at this scene. Flashes of envy. Qingmu Shaozun was already strong. Now, with this piece of land, I am afraid that he will gain even more strength. At this moment, no one noticed that after the soil was taken out, a young man in a black robe with a white antelope mask flashed in his eyes. In this area, there is indeed a congenital aura of soil. Jian Wushuang felt the change from the bronze ancient tripod in Qin Kunring, and there was an irresistible joy in his eyes. He searched for tens of thousands of years, and the only lack of the aura of the 3 elements of the innate air of 5 elements, and finally found it. As long as he gets the qi of the sea soil, he can really open the bronze ancient tripod. The next moment, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, stepped out of the crowd, and said lightly, Slow. The words fell, and everyone snorted suddenly, turning to look at Jian Wushuang. Okay. Including Qingmu Shaozuan on the high platform, holding his right hand to the soil and stagnation, he also turned his head and slowly looked at Jian Wushuang. Do you want to challenge this seat? He glanced up and down. Jian Wushuang frowned and said in a cold tone. This man covered his head and didn't make a shot before, but made a noise when he was about to get Shiliang. Qingmu Shaozuan flashed his disappointment. Jian Wushuang's expression remained unchanged. Calmly asked, No? Qingmu Shaozuan heard that his eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth gradually sneered. Well, that seat is as you wish. Hey! The words fell, and I saw that he had taken back the limit of the universe in the ring of heaven and earth, the magic treasure of the treasure god, and appeared in his hands again. Chapter 40, 359. At this moment, everyone was confused and said, Who is this person? Challenging Qingmu Shaozuan. Does he want to die? The ones who challenged Shaozuan before were all invincible masters who have long been known in the wild starfields of the universe. This person is not well known and is worthy to challenge Qingmu Shaozuan? Qingmu Shaozun, how can any cat or dog challenge? Everyone present shook their heads. Even the Stardust ruler was anxious and shouted, Do not abandon your excellency. What are you doing?" At that time, although Jian Wushuang rescued them and killed the person who pursued them. But that person was not the top ultimate master. Could it be compared with Qingmu Supreme? As soon as he wanted to go forward to pull sword Wushuang, he saw that Star Yun stopped him and shook his head. "Stardust, since you do not abandon your lord and do not accept Qingmu Shao Zun, then let him go. Why bother with us?" When saying this, Star Rhythm dominated the eyes with a touch of irony. Stardust dominated and looked back at her, his expression suddenly stunned. Is this the kind, playful, childlike wife he knows? Star Rhyme, what nonsense are you talking about? What is nosy? Don't forget, you will never give up on your excellency, but our benefactor. Taking a deep breath, the Lord of Stardust looked at the Lord of Star Rhyme, as if looking at a stranger. "Xing Yin, I think you've been stunned by that Qingmu Shaozuan. You." Xing Yun's master was a little dissatisfied when he heard the words. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but when he saw the expression of Stardust's cold gradually, he couldn't help humming his eyes. So many people have challenged Qingmu Shaozun, and Qingmu Shaozun did not take them. It will be fine if you do not abandon your excellency. Rest assured. The Lord of Stardust heard the words, and a look of hesitation flashed on his face. When he saw Qingmu Shaozuan walking down the platform with the magical halberd, he knew he was unable to stop the battle, and he sighed and said, "I hope so." On the platform, Qingmu Shaozong looked down at Jian Wushuang and said with no expression, "This seat, no matter who you are or where you come from, you listen well, as usual, you take the 3 strokes of this seat. This, I think you win." Jian Wushuang heard a slight glance at him and said, "Hurry up, I'll hurry." "In a hurry." Qingmu Shaozuan heard the words, and suddenly felt extremely anti-smiling. In this man's eyes, he took the first day of his magnificent and wild wasteland to be proud. What happened? "I see you rushing to death." Qingmu Shaozuan snorted coldly, holding both halberds, fiercely chopped towards the sword Wushuang. This halberd is the shot of Qingmu Shaozun with anger, which is even more fierce than the previous might, and directly crushes the void, and the magic phoenix is dancing wildly. However, get ready for the second move. Jian Wushuang raised his eyelids slightly, turned his divine power slightly, and popped a finger gently. Suddenly, the divine power of the avenue horrified, covered on the fingertips of the sword, and flew towards the magical halberd that came from the fury. "Hey!" As if crushing the mountains and the sea with a single finger, the fierce and mighty divine halberd slashed at the sword Wushuang and gave a scream of screaming and flew out. Qingmu Shaozuan was shocked, and he took 3 steps back and forth to run the whole body of the divine power before he pressed down the huge power uploaded by the magic demon. Suddenly, Qingmu Shaozun's expression was startled, and he stared at Jian Wushuang tightly for a moment before he said coldly, "No wonder you dare to be so ambitious. It turned out that you have some ability to rely on yourself." After a pause, he continued with a sneer, "However, this halberd just used 30% of his strength just now." 30%. Jian Wushuang shook his head. If this Qingmu Shaozuan knew that he had not used even 1% of his power, how would he feel? Although he is still the master of the realm, whether it is the divine power transformed into the power of the avenue or the supernatural power, it is far from being comparable to the master. Regardless of any invincible master, in the swordless hands, they are just the ants that run to death. Even if it was the 9 kings of the calamity that were recognized as the first in the realm of domination, or the prison dragon that fell from the supreme divine realm, before the sword has no double sides, it cannot take 3 moves, let alone this young herd. The master's divine power and his avenue divine power are not a grade at all. Second move. Qingmu Shaozun sighed coldly, no longer suppressing his strength. Invincible Master Xiao broke out for the most. Suddenly, the violent wind rose sharply, roaring and roaring, forming a vortex storm. Standing at the center of the vortex storm, the young priest, like Huang Lingshi, is not visible. Mystery, punishment. Boom! In an instant, the platinum-colored magic demon, halberd in his hand, suddenly changed. Fine, vein-like, fine lines covered the halberd. Qingmu Shaozuan stabbed into the sky, fiercely. He actually guided the strength of the heavens and earth directly and descended countless shunlei. In the end, these gods' thunder fell on the magical halberds one after another, forming a horror thunderbolt similar to Taiguat Thunder Dragon. When everyone around him saw this, they were shocked. It turns out that this is the true strength of Qingmu Shaozun. The true strength of Qingmu Shaozun is so horrible. It seems that Qingmu Shaozuan has moved a real fire. This mask is dead. Stardust dominated when he saw this. His face was suddenly anxious, and he shouted continuously to let the sword unparalleled. And that star rhyme dominated. His expression flashed under the instant worry about Jian Wushuang, which turned into a deeper worship of Qingmu Shaozun. My husband, it would be great if they were such strong men. She envies secretly. Go to hell. Qingmu Shaozuan sneered. Boom! Suddenly, this horrible of thunder, carrying the power of destroying the world, blasted towards the sword Wushuang. Get ready for the third move. However, Jian Wushuang's expression was still light, and he was just throwing his sleeves in the face of the horrifying thunder that made everyone scream. In this sleeve, the cloud and wind are extremely light and no power can be seen, but it is vaguely felt, as if this sleeve throws out mountains, water, all things in nature. Alas, this horror, thunder, hits the swordless, sleeveless robe, just like a stone dripping on the water surface, ripples. Next moment, this godly thunder was even pumped away, and one turned at a faster speed with more terrifying power and hit Qingmu Shaozuan. How can it be? Qingmu Shaozun's complexion changed instantly, and he wanted to resist it. However, this god of thunder directly destroyed the dead and hit Qingmu Shaozun's chest. Ha! The horrible might broke out, and a huge, turbid mushroom cloud rose over Nansha Island. Cough, cough. In the huge mushroom cloud, the uncomfortable coughing sound of Qingmu Shaozun was sounded. Immediately, everyone saw the original Fengshen Yulang, such as the Ling Chen and the glorious Qingmu Shaozun. But at this moment, he was like a falling from earth. His black hair was blown up all over. His clothes were fragmented. His black chest was exposed, and his wolf was trembling to the extreme. Suddenly, the whole audience froze and fell into petrification. Chapter 4360. Damn! The next moment, Qingmu Supreme swept up from the ground and looked at Jian Wushuang hardly. His face was extremely blue. From an early age, he is the proud of heaven, the beloved of heaven and earth, and his practice is smooth and smooth. Born with the fruit and fruit, if you go out casually, you'll get the blood of the magic phoenix. Even if you break through a realm, you can make the ultimate arrogant to recognize the Lord. No matter where he went, he was only praised and admired by him. Because of all kinds of encounters, he became extremely arrogant. He was so arrogant that he believed that the entire universe, as long as it was below the Supreme, no one was his opponent. Even the rumored sword was cut to the extreme, and he was named the sword's first talent in the world, but only slightly into his eyes. Today, however, he was easily defeated by a masked man who didn't know where to come from. This pride and arrogance that he has developed for tens of millions of years was trampled under his feet, crushed and trampled down. This is an embarrassment never before. A fierce anger raged on his chest, and he wanted to burn him. Next moment, damn it, you it! Qingmu Shaozuan twisted the blood vessels on his forehead and growled, Magic Phoenix changes! Boom! Suddenly, his blood was boiling all over his body, and a mysterious rune emerged from the body. Hey! Immediately afterwards, a pair of flame-shaped wings spread out on his back, 10 feet wide. At his neck, 8 more heads were twisted to give birth. The magic phoenix is a branch of the phoenix family. It has 9 heads and is extremely powerful. The awakening of the bloodline is still continuing, and more horrible changes are constantly being made on Qingmu Shaozuan. Suddenly, are you performing acrobatics? Jian Wushuang glanced at him lightly, stretched out his right hand in the direction of him, and spread his 5 fingers slowly. If this Qingmu Shaozuan is really the demon phoenix, his sword unparalleled is also interested in seeing 1 or 2, but the result is just a half-human and half-phoenix monster, and he naturally does not want to waste time. He had slaughtered the real dragons, not to mention this defective product. Come on. Jian Wushuang, 5 fingers, slammed into the void. Suddenly, she was immersed in the transformation, and the young man of Qingmu, who had various gorgeous changes in the divine body, seemed to be holding his throat by the invisible big hand. What is this? Qingmu Shaozuan struggled. He felt that grasping his divine power seemed to be in harmony with heaven and earth. The power of his demon phoenix, after his awakening, could not remove the power of this avenue at all. The next moment, he saw that Jian Wushuang grabbed his neck and lifted it, as if he was holding a chick. You let go of me. Qingmu Shaozuan's sword Wushuang held his right hand in the void. His wings fluttered on his back, and his hands and feet kicked, wildly, angrily to the extreme. He still has no magic power at the bottom of the box. He has not really awakened the state of the magic phoenix, and as a result he was caught in the hands of Jian Wushuang, and he was unwilling to the extreme. His Excellency, 3 moves have passed, you lost. Jian Wushuang let go of his hand, shook his head, and said lightly. Having said that, Jian Wushuang no longer cares about him, and walks towards the soil on the high platform. For today's Jian Wushuang, only the Supreme can he really awaken his spirit. As for these masters, he has no interest in slaughter. This Qingmu Shaozuan arrogant and powerful, but in his opinion it is just a frog at the bottom of the well that has never been to the depths of the universe. Unconsciously, the audience was extremely dead. Everyone stared at Jian Wushuang blankly. All eyes were shocked to fall down, and their mouths could be opened to put an egg. Qingmu Shao lost? The invincible barren land is invincible and has the title of Young Respect. Qingmu Young Respect, who was given the son of the choice, is so defeated. They stared at Jian Wushuang stunned. From beginning to end, Jian Wushuang was just a finger, a sleeve, and a grab. Anyone could see it. Jian Wushuang was obviously easy to deal with and was quite capable. The star rhyme dominated his expression with a dull expression. He couldn't seem to believe the fact and said chaotically in his mouth, Impossible, absolutely impossible. Qingmu Shaozuan, however, is invincible and cannot be defeated. Silhouette me. Jian Wushuang swept to the high platform, watching the Wind family owner said. The Wind family owner heard a tremble in his heart, and there was embarrassment on his face. Everyone knows that this soil has long been the thing that Qingmu Shaozuan has decided. The so-called rules and tests are only a form for Qingmu Shaozuan. However, the Wind family owner did not expect that Jian Wushuang, an uninvited guest, was killed halfway and easily defeated Qingmu Shaozuan. If he offered him this way, he would undoubtedly offend the youth. There is more than one young priest in the Qing family. That is the supreme power that truly has the supreme power. I said at last, give it to me. Jian Wushuang saw the cold in his eyes, and his eyes flashed away. Suddenly, the owner of the Wind family only felt a big terror between life and death, and he was trembling. He didn't dare to hesitate anymore, and he trembled and offered the soil. Sword Wushuo took the soil, and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. The congenital 5 elements of qi, finally collected successfully. It's time to really start the bronze ancient tripod. Jian Wushuang's heart was full of thoughts, and speaking, he was also looking forward to what the bronze ancient tripod would look like after the 5 elements were completed. However, he didn't notice the distant Qingmu Shaozuan. His face was already gloomy to the extreme. He clenched his fists tightly. A wave of humiliation turned into a violent murder, and he was stirred in the chest. This person can never be the master. No master in the universe can defeat me. Yes, this person must be supreme. Only the supreme will be far superior to me. Qing Mu Shao Zun's murderous flashes and his arrogant arrogance. He will never admit that in this world, someone who can dominate the realm can defeat him. He, Qing Mu Shao Zun, the protagonist of this universe, is the darling of heaven and earth. How could he be defeated? Just when Jian Wushuang was about to pick up and was about to leave Tianhuang Starfield, he couldn't hold back anymore, shattered his waist bag, and shouted with a distorted expression, "What about the Supreme? The Supreme must not shame me. Please, ancestors." Boom! The voice fell, and in the middle of Tianhuang's Starfield, a white-haired old man suddenly opened his eyes and patted him directly across the distance. The speed of this palm reached the extreme, blinking in 1,000 miles, the mighty and constantly growing, finally covering the sky and pressing hard against the sword unparalleled. Suddenly, the Nansha Islands were torn apart, and the surrounding sea set off thousands of waves, and numerous seawater rolled up, connecting heaven and earth, forming a turbulent water column. Everyone on the island was scattered as birds and beasts, terrified. The sword, which had already been swept up, swept to the sky. Her pupils shrank instantly. Extreme! At the next moment, the power of Jian Wushuang's whole body exploded, turning into countless sword gas interweaves, forming a palm, and heading towards that mighty one, causing the supreme capsized heaven and earth to collide away. Chapter 4361. These two palms are like the two sides colliding together, constantly rubbing and colliding, making a sound of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. Countless horrible forces overflowed, exploded in the air, and blew up hundreds of feet. The Nansha Islands are directly torn apart, and numerous seawater roars and rolls up, forming a huge wave, just like a flood monster opening his mouth to bite. In just a moment, the Nansha Islands were flooded as if they were in chaos. All this seems to be a long time, but in one breath, after the two giant palms collided, they disappeared. Jian Wushuang hunted in black, with black hair flying, and stepped back, depressing the horrible supreme power from his hand. Extreme! Jian Wu's eyes were cold. His eyes were looking towards the place where the giant palm came. There, a white-haired old man was walking slowly. Every step he took seemed to be ordinary, but it seemed as if he was stepping on a node in space, and it directly spanned thousands of miles. For 3 consecutive steps, he stood in front of Jian Wushuang. This person, who is one of the directors of the Tianhuang Starfield, is the Qing family's ancestor, Qinghe Supreme. Qinghe Supreme, 200 chaos before the achievement of the supreme position, 100 chaos epochs, breaking through the medium supreme, although it is not a high supreme, but the same strength. Sir, it's not appropriate to bully a junior, isn't it? Qinghe Supreme had white hair and looked at Jian Wushuang's eyes up and down. The sword has no expression on both sides, and now he is supreme again. Even if he does use the sword too much, he has no fear in his heart. The only thing he was slightly worried about was revealing his identity. But looking at it like this, it seems that Qinghe Supreme has considered him supreme. After Jian Wushuang thought a little, he understood the cause and effect relationship. Under the role of the antelope mask, he was covered with breath, and the supreme could not see his depth. It is normal to see through his cultivation. Thought of this, Jian Wushuang no longer feared in the heart. This seat does not kill him. It is already in the face of your supreme, Master Qinghe. Jian Wushuang said hoarsely. He knew that since Qinghe Supreme had mistaken him as supreme, he might as well just pretend to the end. Then, Your Excellency, said the old man, would like to thank you. Qinghe Supreme closed his eyes. You can understand this. Jian Wushuang nodded indifferently. The Qinghe Supreme heard the words, and suddenly couldn't help laughing out loud as if he heard something funny. "Sir, you deceived my people and made them my treasure. Would you like to thank your husband? It's the biggest joke in the world." At the same time, I saw that Qingmu Shaozuan stepped forward. First, respectfully, Qing Qinghe Shaozuan made a ritual. Then he turned his eyes and looked at Jian Wushuang fiercely. "Our ancestor. It was this man who robbed me of my soil, wounded me, and humiliated me in front of everyone. My ancestor, you must decide for me. Punish this person severely. You must not let him leave." Jian Wushuang heard the words. His expression gradually became colder. He looked at Qinghe Supreme and said, "Qinghe, are you going to stop this seat now?" I saw that Qinghe Supreme touched the head of Qingmu Shaozuan first, and let him go to the side first. And then he smiled and said, "Sir, you and I are both supreme. If you want to go, you can, of course, but you have to return the old man's grandson's soul to him before leaving." His interest. Jian Wushuang heard the words and couldn't help laughing. His voice was cold. "Let us not say that this land is not his, even if it is his. This seat is taken. What can you do?" The words fell. Jian Wushuang's divine power was surging, and he could not stop looking at Qinghe Supreme, and he was overbearing to the extreme. I don't know why. Qinghe Supreme's face froze for a moment, then sneered. "Then you have to see if you have this strength." Boom! He grabbed his right hand into the void, directly grabbed a black 7-star magic knife, and hacked at the sword unparalleled. This knife may seem random, but after splitting it, it turned out to be a myriad of energy howls. All kinds of laws were derived, stuffed between heaven and earth. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with this sword. On the sea of the Nansha Islands, many dominated the water and stood on the water. Looking at the congested world, it shook the world. This is the power of Supreme. With Qinghe Supreme shot, this masked man is afraid to escape in danger. Not necessarily. You didn't hear Qinghe Supreme just now. This masked person is also supreme. Everyone discussed. Among the crowd, the stardust dominated the weird expression for a while. He remembered that when Jian Wushuang rescued them 5,000 years ago, the cultivation revealed that there was only the ultimate dominating realm. Could it be that your excellency broke through in these 5,000 years? Stardust dominated a look of doubt. The star rhyme standing next to him, after a moment of stagnation in his expression, suddenly said sourly, "No wonder he can defeat Qingmu Shaozuan. It turned out to be the Supreme. What a skill to bully and small. To shut up." When the Stardust Master heard this, his face suddenly changed, and he snapped sharply, "Extreme behavior. Should I wait to be speculative?" What's more, www. Novel. Don't abandon your excellency or our life-saving benefactor. Star rhyme. If I hear you dare to stigmatize your abandonment again, I will blame me for breaking with you and breaking the affair. After speaking, he didn't care what the expression of the Star Dominion was. He turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang again. An anxiety appeared on his face. Over 9 days, Jian Wushuang looked at this as a practice, like the dark blade of a star river, and sneered, "Extreme power, but so." He flipped his right hand, and Wu Weiss Excalibur appeared in his hand. Chopper Star. Instantly, countless energy condensed in the sword without hands, forming a sword rainbow of nearly 5,000 feet. This time the star strength Jianhong, evoked by the power of the avenue, no longer appears silver, but is dazzling to the extreme, turning into blue. With his ascension, the power of the sword-cutting sword art is naturally incomparable, too much stronger than in the past. Cut! Jian Wushuang drank. 5,000 Zhang Jianhong immediately chopped down, and the dark collision that turned into a perfect match. With a blast, the sword unveiled and stepped forward, bullying into it. Arrogant. Qinghe's supreme eyes flickered and stepped directly in front of it. Extreme divine art, Feng Tianjia. Click. The knives are densely packed with air, overlapping and intertwining with each other, turning into a net, blocking the sword's unparalleled path. Open the sky. Open heaven. Open heaven. The sword, unparalleled, cut 3 swords in succession, and each sword cut was full of the charm of the avenue. The Kaitian Jianmong, which was blessed by the power of the avenue, became more sharp and sharp, tearing the knife net directly. Kill. Sword unparalleled, step forward, and Qinghe Supreme against thousands of moves. For the fastest update without error reading, please visit Chapter 4362. The swords add up, a series of Mars splashes, and the horrible energy, overflow, keeps blasting away, making the whole sky star feel bang. The magic power of the avenue of tens of thousands of times in Jian Wushuang has not been retained at all, and it is tilted out of the hand like a splash of mountains and rivers, which directly forms a violent storm composed of sword gas and bombarded. Okay, keep going. Jian Wushuang felt the majestic power from the 7-star magic blade in the hands of Qinghe Supreme, and his warfare surged to the extreme. He laughed aloud, arrogant, and the wu-weeping sword offensive in his hand became even more violent. It's been too long since Jian Wushuang fought a battle with the prisoner dragon in Xingkonggalu. He has never encountered such a lively battle. Fighting in the past is not too much worse than him, and can be crushed with a finger, or it is the supreme divine realm, which can only be slaughtered with the strength of the Taro Excalibur. Arrogant. Qinghe Supreme felt the sharp force from the blade. His face became more gloomy. This power is not the supreme divine power, nor is it the dominant power, but the power of the avenue that has been sublimated as much as possible. The power of the road is a strange power that some supreme have not yet realized. In the universe, swords are used to enlighten the Tao. There are not many who ask for supremacy, and even fewer who have learned the power of the avenue. Which one will this person be? Qinghe Supreme's eyes flickered while fighting against Jian Wushuang. The mountains and seas overturned, Shenzhou Lu Shen, and quickly thought in his heart. The words "sword warrior sword" flashed in his mind, but was quickly crossed by him automatically. Sword warrior sword did not fake, but sword warrior sword did not dominate the realm, although it had also beheaded the Supreme. But it all depended the power of the tailored Excalibur would not be so powerful. Supreme God, 7 waves. Qinghe Supreme watched Jian Wushuang rushing towards him, and drank again. The 7-star magic sword in his hand suddenly changed. I saw the 7-star beads inlaid on the blade of the magic knife gradually light up. Each one lights up. The power of the 7-star magic knife is stronger. Cut! Qinghe Supreme opened his mouth coldly and lifted his sword towards the sword, and unparalleled. The sword has 2 swords to block, and the tiger's mouth can't help but hemp. This sword is twice as powerful as the power generated by Qinghe Supreme, who just shot with all his strength. This is not over yet. Qinghe Supreme stepped into the void, and the 7-star magic knife was cut again. 2nd knife. 3rd knife. The 4th knife. When Qinghe Supreme cut the 5th knife, Wei Neng suddenly increased 5 times. Jian Wushuang couldn't stand it anymore. He was cut off by Qinghe Supreme and slammed into the deep sea, setting off waves of waves and triggering a tsunami. Old ancestor. Kill him. Seeing this, Qingmu Shaozuan suddenly shouted a rush of joy on his face. He looked at the place where Jian Shoshuang fell, and there was a hint of cruelty on his face. What about you, Supreme? I am Qingmu Shaozuan, who is the protagonist of this era, who has the best luck in this world. Deep in the ocean floor, Jian Wu's eyes twinkled. He is not incapable of dealing with the 7 waves of divine magic. As long as he can use the divine body or the night sword and the daybreak sword technique, he can easily break it, but in that case there will inevitably be exposed risks. Well, it's time to try your power. Jian Wushuang's body sank quickly. His right hand turned over, and a bronze ancient tripod appeared in his hand. On this bronze ancient ding-ding body, there are towering giant trees spreading branches, flames spreading, forming lines, and sharp gold color imprinting the whole body, and even more torrential water flows freely. In the past 10,000 years, he continued to refine the ancient bronze dings and finally completely refined the ancient bronze dings. Now he can not only control the bronze ancient tripod perfectly, but also attack the innate 5 elements of the ancient bronze tripod. When Jian Wu stepped on his feet, he suddenly blasted a large pit in the deep sea, and the whole man burst into the air, breaking the sea. Go with! Jian Wushuang's right hand was pushed fiercely, and the bronze ancient dinger spun down suddenly, making a sound like the beginning of the Chaos Avenue in the universe, hitting Qinghe Supreme. And that Qinghe Supreme, the 7th sword, has been cut off. This knife eclipses heaven and earth, and the sun and moon are dim. If it is in the cosmic starry sky, it is enough to split several stars directly into nothingness. Immediately, you saw the intersection of the knife and the knife. At this moment, the world turned into a dead silence, and all the sound waves were overwhelmed by the explosion of the two. Immediately afterwards, a horrifying scene took place. With an entire territory of hundreds of millions of miles, in the universe's wildest starfield, the largest starfield in the wild, it broke open numerous void cracks at the same time. The land here is crushed into nothingness. I do indeed know how many innocent people have been hit and killed by this shock wave. Boom, boom. A storm is brewing, and the world is in a short darkness. Extreme fights. Every day is devastating. Immediately he saw the bronze ancient tripod rushing out of the explosion center, and he didn't wait for Qinghe Supreme to slash the 7th sword and hit him on the chest of Qinghe Supreme. Puff! Suddenly, Qinghe Supreme deity cracked for a while, and a yellow wax flashed on his face. He then took 100 steps back to unload the great power from the bronze ancient tripod. The bronze ancient tripod turned back and returned to the sword without hands. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and said hoarsely, "Qinghe, do you want to stop this seat now?" Qinghe Supreme's complexion was cloudy. He stared at the bronze ancient tripod in Jianwu's hands, and there was a thick dread in his eyes. This tripod, vaguely, he seems to have seen this bronze ancient tripod on any record. But the time is too long, he does not remember carefully, and the ancient tripod lacks a foot, and the universe in his impression, Chongbao, also looks a little different, making him uncertain. The next moment, he took a deep breath and replied coldly, "Your lord is awesome, but it's a bit naive to want to leave because of this." After finishing, he turned his head sharply and looked at a void, said, "Extreme Lieutenant Supreme, Biming Supreme, I and the other 3 families have lost their teeth, and when facing the adversary, they will advance and retreat together. When do you see?" The voice fell and saw the void in which Qinghe Supreme looked, suddenly twisting. Immediately, in a light sigh, the 2 Supremes stepped out of the void. The name on the left was covered with cold, and he stepped down 1 step, forming ice directly on his feet, and a trace of frost hanging on his eyebrows. It was the old ancestor of Beijia, the Supreme Biming, and the one on the right is a man wearing a soiled robe full of stains and looks as thin as an old beggar on the street, blind old man. This person is the ancestor of Liejia, one of the 3 major families. At the same time, he is also the highest of the 3 Supremes, who has been promoted to the Supreme for many years. Chapter 43-63. After the 2 Supremes stepped out, they were like the Dingfengzi who set down the storm. The mountains and rivers overturned were calm. Beijing's ancestor, Biming Supreme. Lijia's ancestor, Liejua Extreme. Suddenly everyone shook. 3 Supreme. What kind of line is this? I remember the last time that the 3 Supremes of the heavenly stars were all together, but before the 3 Chaos period, Judy Pavilion wanted to establish a branch in the heavenly stars. Unexpectedly, this masked person has attracted the 3 Supremes. Now, no matter who this masked person is, I'm afraid he will die. Immediately, Everyone quickly discussed, and the stardust dominated, and his heart tightened instantly. When he wanted to speak, he saw the elders of Tianjianzong standing in front of him, holding his shoulders with a serious expression. Stardust, my husband looks it turns out that you have an old relationship with this masked man, and you just talked for him before. But now, if you don't want to bring us Tianjianzong's great disaster, you will immediately cut off all relations with him. Stardust dominated when Yan's face slightly changed, and gritted his teeth and explained, Uncle, don't give up on your life once saved me. Also, please take a shot and stop this fight. Aye. The elder Jinzong gave him a glance that day and snorted coldly. You really deserve me, Master Shi. I am invincible, but where is the right to stop the supreme war? Furthermore, Mo said he just saved your life, even if he saved the entire Tianjinzong, and now he is in great trouble, and we will not repay him. We will already be the biggest reward. The Stardust Master wants to say more, and then sees the nearby star where the Master pulled him and said, Stardust, you just listened to Master Shi. Don't give yourself trouble. Stardust dominated when Yan's face hesitated for a moment or two, then immediately lowered his head and sighed. Over 9 days, the 3 Supremes stood side by side. Standing on the left, Beiming Supreme with a frost on his frown side and said, Sir, you and I are the Supreme of the universe. It's not easy to get to this step. It's just a patch of soil, so why wait? Life and death? After a pause, Beiming Supreme continued to say, Sir, the old man assures you, as long as you put down the soil, you can leave at any time. We will never stop it. What? After he finished speaking, the 3 Supreme Masters all stared at Jian Wushuang, waiting for Jian Wushuang's answer. Swordless pair of petals was empty. His expression was gloomy. If only Qinghe Supreme is okay, his sword is unshakable, but it is a bit tricky for the 3 Supremes to come together. In particular, the blind old man was fiercely enshrined, and the threat he brought to him was even more horrible than the sum of these 2 supreme sums. Even if Jian Wushuang achieved a breakthrough, no matter how powerful he would not be the opponent of the 3 great sums. If in the past Jian Wushuang might have really given up and left, after all, in this world, it is not only here that there is congenital aura of soil, and it is a big deal to find it. However, the cosmic race of the universe is about to start. At that time, all the nations will arrive, and his sword is inevitable, and he can only confront those top forces again. Therefore, as long as he intensively improves his strength during this period, he will not be able to protect himself, but also the Jedi to counterattack after the end of the universe race. This piece of soil cannot be allowed. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked faintly at these 3 Supremes, saying indifferently, What if I refuse to let this piece of soil? The words came to an end, and the audience was shocked. Everyone did not expect that under the pressure exerted by the 3 Supreme Masters, Jian Wushuang still behaved his own way and dedicated himself. Sir, do you think clearly? Beiming Supreme sighed again and seemed to be sorry for Jian Wushuang's decision. Beiming, tell him so much for what? Kill it. That Qinghe Supreme laughed angrily, and the 7-star magic knife appeared in his hand again, scoring a black brilliance. Also, Beiming Supreme shook his head and no longer said, A ray of frost attached to his arm. Next moment, kill. Qinghe Supreme waved his right hand. In a flash, the 7-star magic knife in his hand turned into a pair of exercises again. After splitting it, it was like Tianhe rolled up, and as if chaos had begun to open, the entire Tianhuang star field was occupied by this knife. Under this sword, heaven and earth seemed to be trained into a front line, and all the light was lost in everyone's eyes. And that Beiming Supreme is a 5-finger grab, and the entire South China Sea boiled instantly. The whole sea of hundreds of millions of tons of water rolled up, turned up against the current, and fluttered towards the sword without a match. The whole sea and the sea are all hanging high in the sky. What a shocking picture. Seal. Beiming Supreme sighed softly. Suddenly, the sky was hanging upside down, and the endless seawater shot toward swordless warriors were frozen and turned into millions of miles of snow. The entire star field is directly transformed into a snow and ice world. Extreme power changed the world every day. The strongest, Lai Sun, has been in a state of contemplation after looking at Jian Wushuang attentively, frowning slightly, and not thinking about what to do. Good job! Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, and his eyes burst into 3 inches, facing the force of the extinct swordmang and ice-scratching force. He struck his right foot hard, and the whole man rose into the sky. Immediately, a bronze ancient tripod appeared in his hands. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, looked down at the bronze ancient tripod in his hand, and muttered to himself, "Release the true glory." Innate fire burned. Boom! Suddenly, the bronze ancient tripod trembled frantically, and the flame rune on the tripod shone loudly. A horrible and hot breath that could not be described in any words radiated from Gu Ding. Next moment, call! A magenta flame blasted out suddenly from the bronze ancient tripod. In just a moment, this monstrous flame emanated, covering millions of miles of territory, directly destroying the insulted sword blade and the thousands of miles of ice. Flame overwhelming flames. The eyes are the flames, the sun and the moon are the flames. The entire sky star field instantly turned into a flame dome. This is the fire that burns the sky. Between the two, it seems that it is not an order of magnitude at all, whether it is the destruction of the world and the annihilation of the world that has caused Shenzhou's land to sink, or the mobilization of water in the sea and the transformation into ice and snow. After this flame, they were all crushed and collapsed. At this moment, everyone was stunned. All looked up at Jian Wushuang, staring at each other. I saw, standing in the middle of the flame, holding a bronze wooden sword, unparalleled, like the Lord of Fire, the god of arson, who dominated the flame. And that flame, after breaking the 2 supremes, continued to attack the 3 supremes in an extremely overbearing posture. Suddenly, Qinghe Supreme and Baiming Supreme shook with anger, and there was a look of anger in their eyes. Chapter 43-64. It is rare to be able to mobilize the innate aura of fire. Only the blind old man, wearing a shabby robe with a thin build, returned to normal after a look of surprise. He stepped out 1 step, and a great amount of divine power poured out between his hands, turning into a mask to protect the 3. Penium came, all the way innate Dinghua, beating on this mask, but actually made a continuous snoring noise, and for a moment there was no way to take this golden mask. The congenital Dinghua burned this mask before it melted and burned a layer, and more supreme divine power poured out to prevent the erosion of the congenital Dinghua gas. Okay. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, and there was a slight resignation in his eyes. He wanted to make a slap in the air and use the instinct of Dinghua to burn these 2 supremes. But now it seems that the supreme martyr has shot, and the power is worse. However, the sword is unparalleled and discouraged. This bronze ancient tripod has not yet awakened. It already has the power to kill the supreme. Once the perfect innate aura of 5 elements is collected, the changes of the 5 elements act as chaos. This bronze ancient tripod will truly produce a qualitative leap. I can't kill them, but... Jian Wu's eyes twisted slightly, looking at the frightened side to Qingmu Shaozuan sneer. Go with! Suddenly, in the endless instinct of Dinghua Qi, a fire snake was suddenly set off and rushed towards Qingmu Shaozuan. His sword is unparalleled in his life, but it doesn't mean that he can let anyone use his soft persimmons at will. This Qingmu Shaozuan threatened twice that his sword is unparalleled, and sword unparalleled had already killed him. Call! The fire is surging. Qingmu Shaozuan looked at the fuchsia fire snake that rushed at him, and he was frightened by 2 wars, his face horrified. You dignified, what kind of skill is it to kill me as a master? If you have the courage, then bring down the cultivation to the master. How about fighting with me? Qingmu Shaozuan first glanced at Qinghe Supreme, the old ancestor at home, and then shouted hard. The frog at the bottom of the well. Jian Wushuang shook his head, disdained to talk to him at all. When that Qinghe Supreme saw the scene, the raging Chao Jian Wushuang roared, "If you kill Qingmu, my Qing family will never die without you!" He hasn't finished talking yet. Congenital Dinghua Qi immediately rapped Qingmu Shaozuan. Ah. Right, because there is no left to me. Suddenly, in the inborn fire, there was a terrible scream from Qingmu Shaozuan. However, only in a short time, the tragic sound came to an abrupt end, and Qingmu Shaozuan disappeared into the ashes. In an instant, the audience turned into a dead silence. In the wild wilderness of the universe, Qingmu Shaozuan, who is revered by many people and has the title of the Son of Choice, has fallen. Seeing this scene, Qinghe Supreme felt that his heart was bleeding and his expression was distorted to the extreme. Everyone doesn't know what Qingmu Shaozuan is supposed to accompany with the natural fruit and the possession of the atmosphere, but it is his Qinghe Supreme that operates behind the scenes. The Tao fruit was put down by him, and he got the blood of the demon phoenix, which he asked for at a great cost to the demon phoenix family. Even the demon halberd, he pulled down his old face and promised countless benefits to the supreme old friend. Come, all he does is to create an invincible heart for Qingmu Shaozuan from below, so that he can firmly believe in the path of spiritual practice, cut his thorns, and break through the supreme. However, with this fire, the pains that he spent countless costs and countless hours were all destroyed. This makes Qinghe Supreme instantly crazy. Ah! Whoever you are, this life and this world, I Qinghe will slaughter you all the door, slap your whole family, and let you enjoy the world's greatest pain and torture. Qinghe Extreme growled, "It's up to you." Jian Wushuang sneered, and then said, "I'm leaving today, and no one of you can keep it." The words fell. Jian Wushuang stepped on his feet and suddenly blasted towards the sky outside the starry sky. The endless flame was retrieved by the sword unparalleled, as if the sword had returned to the sheath and re-entered the bronze ancient tripod. I saw the innate Dinghua return to the bronze ancient tripod. The entire South China Sea disappeared, and the original hundreds of millions of tons of frozen seawater were all evaporated. An entire sea became an endless pit. The sky is full of water vapor after seawater evaporates, which makes it hard to see. "Wanna run?" The fierce brow frowned, and then said coldly, "The old man has to see. Who are you, the hidden mouse?" Tian Tong, open. I saw Lai Sun's right hand swiping into his eyes. Originally, only the white eyes suddenly lit up endless redness. In this view, the sword that has radiated far away Wushuang seems to be seen through immediately, whether it is cultivated in the realm or the true appearance. It is seen through. The next moment, Lai Sun's body shook and his original complexion suddenly changed, and he suddenly lost his voice. "He is the master!" As soon as the sentence came to an end, everyone was shocked, as if a bomb had been dropped, and everyone was uproaring. What, dominate the realm? Dominate the supreme? Did you make a mistake? Defeating Qingmu Shaozuan, the masked man who has crushed Qinghe and Baiming Supreme, and has dealt with the three supremes for so long, just dominates the realm? In the universe, is there such a strong master? At this moment, everyone was crazy, and their eyes were horrified and fell down, terrifying. However, this is not the end. Relief Supreme continued to say, "If there is nothing wrong with this seat, he is a sword unparalleled." Boom! With this voice falling, it is tantamount to dropping a blockbuster in everyone's heart again, setting off a stormy sea. The Baiming Supreme and the Qinghe Supreme, who had already changed their faces, were trembling again and did not dare to channel. What? He is swordless. The next moment, the three looked at each other, and their faces were full of ecstasy. Ha 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 ha. The sword unparalleled that the whole universe is looking for has been found by us. There was a strong greed in the eyes of the three. Jian Wushuang, the famous 3 words in the universe. Only killing Jian Wushuang will get the identity of a disciple of the dragon tribe, and also enjoy the eternal blessing of the dragon tribe. In addition, there are rewards from 4 other top powers, such as billions of cosmic source stones, such as 5-star domain resources, and so on. In addition, there is also the Terra Excalibur that is coveted by all races. That is the invincible treasure of the truly famous universe, including the bronze ancient tripod used by Jian Wushuang just now. It is obviously equally extraordinary. It is far beyond the existence of the universe treasure. There are too many benefits. Thinking of this, the 3 Supremes are crazy. Catch up and kill swordsmen. Huh! The 3 of them stepped on their feet, all erupting into the supreme divine power of the whole body, and blasting towards the sword unparalleled. Chapter 43:65. Damn! Jian Wushuang turned his head to look at the 3 supreme masters, and his expression was somber that he could drip water. He counted so many things, but did not expect that the Lai Ling Supreme had a pair of eyes that could see through the world's delusions and look directly at the essence. Now he wants to hide his identity again. For fear, it is impossible. Also, since you like chasing, I will give you a big gift. Jian Wushuang reached out and touched the hilt of the tailored Excalibur sword hidden behind the black robe, and a corner of his mouth evoked a cold smile. Call out! The next moment, Jian Wushuang stepped on his feet and blasted towards the outer sky. Ha ha ha! Sword unparalleled, you come to the door yourself. Still want to escape now. The 3 Supremes looked at each other and laughed. At this moment, even Qinghe Supreme, who had just experienced the pain of losing his grandson, had long forgotten the pain, and all that remained was the greed for Jian Wushuang's rewards and the treasures on Jian Wushuang's own body. The 3 followed closely behind and soon disappeared into the sky star field, Nansha Island. Everyone looked at the 4-sword Wushuang who left, their mouths widened, and they could not return to God for a long time. It wasn't until a long time before I heard a spitting sound. Have you heard that Lai Ling Supreme said just now that the masked man is swordsman? I heard that Jian Wushuang did not become strong because of the Tai Luo Excalibur. He had just shaken the 3 Supremes without using the Tai Luo Excalibur at all. It seems that the strength of Jian Wushuang is seriously underestimated in the universe. I also said before that Qingmu Shaozuan could definitely defeat Jian Wushuang easily. Now it seems that my eyelids are too shallow and the frog at the bottom of the well. Someone said that Qingmu Shaozuan, the master who was able to crush Jian Wushuang, said with a bitter smile, Jian Wushuang is the true first day of the world, overwhelming contemporaries. Qingmu Shaozun, farther away. More people looked at Jian Wushuang's disappearing back, his eyes awed and envious. Everyone is the ultimate dominator. However, Jian Wushuang's strength is already different from them. Only at this moment did they believe that there is really more than the realm of in the universe, and they can shake the supreme existence. The other side of the Spratly Islands, Star Rhythm dominated the goddess. Before Jian Wushuang defeated Qingmu Shaozun, she also thought that it was only Jian Wushuang fighting for cultivation to bully the junior. Until now, she knew Jian Wushuang was also the ultimate dominating realm. His invincible fantasy and worship suddenly shattered. It turns out that he's the sword unparalleled. The star Rhyme murmured to himself. Xingyin, that Qingmu Shaozuan compares with Jian Wushuang. Just like the pearl of rice grain is better than Haoyue. You have no eyes. Stardust sighed next to him and immediately looked at the place where Jian Wushuang disappeared. Just like your husband. Starfield outside the domain. Sword warriors turned into a slash, galloping forward. The 3 supreme supremacy of Liu, Qinghe, and Baiming also turned into meteors, followed closely by them. Relief. If we are in a hurry with the kid, Jian Wushuang, he will definitely use the Taro Excalibur, and you will stop him by then. Qinghe Supreme, I blinked. Lai Ling Supreme nodded and replied with a sneer. It is well known that Jian Wushuang uses the Taro Excalibur, but it has only one blow. When this happens, the block will be blocked by a death charm. After speaking, he right-handedly, and suddenly a scarecrow with the same appearance appeared in his hand. A yellow note was stuck on the scarecrow's forehead, enough to block a fatal blow for him. It is precisely because of this existence of the dead scarecrow that the three of them dared to pursue the sword without any worries. Qinghe Extreme saw this and immediately smiled, and then looked at Jian Wushuang and shouted. The sword unparalleled thief quickly grabbed his hands and surrendered the Tai Luo Excalibur and the bronze ancient tripod. This seat spares you. Jian Wushuang heard the words, looked at Qinghe Supreme with a kind of look at the idiot, and then said nothing, and flew towards the front again. He remembered that it was not far from the Tianhuang star field, and there was a retrospective place. The retrospective place was perennially confused in time and space, and the void was broken, which was convenient for him to use all kinds of killers. The little thief, Jian Wushuang, is leading us back to the land. All three of Laichan are supreme of the universe. Naturally, they're not stupid people, but after a little thought, they guessed the intention of Jian Wushuang. This little thief's escape route is exactly what I intended. Where the sword Wushuang was killed, and the remaining divine power fluctuations will immediately disturb the void storm. No one will know that it was we who killed Jian Wushuang. Taro Excalibur. As a result, each side of the horse and the other had their own misfortunes, and they all approached the place of retrospection with a tacit understanding. After Sengxiangxiang, a vortex land composed of numerous star fragments and cosmic meteorite appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian, with footsteps, stopped abruptly, and he turned his head to look faintly to the three supremes. At the same time, Jian Wushuang was thinking quickly about the countermeasures in his mind. Among these three supremes, the Supreme Martyr is the strongest, followed by the medium Supreme, Qinghe Supreme, and the weakest is the Baiming Supreme. His sword, Wushuang, wants to escape hunting. Then he has to find a way to one of the Supremes in an instant. Otherwise, once the three Supremes join forces with Buffa, even if he has a Taro Excalibur, I'm afraid there is only the way to defeat you can choose. If you use the Tai Luo Excalibur, kill Lieutenant Supreme first. Then the risk is too great. It is very likely that you will not be able to kill it. Instead, you will be killed by the other two Supremes while taking advantage of this gap. Jian Wushuang quickly meditated in his heart. Since he used the Taro Excalibur, he has beheaded and killed the Black Eagle Supreme, etc., are all elementary Supremes. He can still kill the old-fashioned Supremes of the high-level realm of Lai Ling Extreme, ICA and T be sure. Then it's better to use other magical powers to drag the Lai Ling Supreme and Beiming Supreme, and then kill and kill. Jian Wushuang's eyes were frozen, his eyes filled with cold and murderous power, locked on the face of Qinghe Supreme, who came from the attack. Kill Qinghe Supreme. And at this time, the three Supreme Masters immediately followed. Ha ha ha, sword unparalleled thief. You would bury your own body. Qinghe Supreme stood in the middle and looked at Jian Wushuang up and down, and there was a cruel color in his eyes. But Baiming Supreme and Liu Supreme both stepped on their feet, blocking the sword Wushuang's retreat at once and wielding a technique of closing the sky, creating a space of its own. The sword unparalleled thief, the old man said, I will kill you today. Go die. I saw Qinghe Supreme laughed wildly and took the lead. The 7-star magic knife in his hand reappeared, and the majestic magic swept through all directions and shattered the starry sky. Heaven will kill him. He must drive him crazy first. Qinghe, it's not my sword Wushuang who you today, but you. Jian Wushuang said lightly. The next moment, his eyes suddenly swayed and condensed into substance. Talented, amazing life. Chapter 4366. Boom! In an instant, a force of suppression from the higher life to the soul of the lower life suddenly descended and shrouded the three supremes. Bronze ancient tripod go. When Sword Wushuang flipped his right hand, a bronze ancient tripod appeared, and under a rotation, a large amount of innate fire was released again. These auras of instinctive Dinghua instantly burned like a fire, forming an overwhelming tendency to burn the sky, and rushed towards the fierce Lord Supreme, Jian Wushuang. You Xiaoding are extraordinary. The innate Dinghua inside is enough to threaten the ordinary Supreme, but it is not enough for the seat. Lai Sun shook his head and waved several shields of light, blocking the raging fire. Jian Wushuang turned a deaf ear to him and ignored him, but turned it over again with his right hand, and Wu Weapon's sword appeared in his hand. Yong Yi now. Suddenly, Wu Weapon's Excalibur started from the point of the sword and disappeared every inch. Alas! A trace of dark mist, like black ink, poured from the soles of Jian's feet, and then ran towards Baiming Supreme to form a large black ball, wrapping Baiming Supreme in it. In that ball, a trace of deprivation of power appeared, as if there were a pair of big hands invisible, and began to deprive Baiming Supreme of everything. In the end, Jian Wushuang retracted his gaze, took a deep breath, and pulled back the Taro Excalibur from the back with a backhand. Puff, puff. With the birth of the Terra Excalibur, a horrendous sword that shook the heavens and the earth, shook the world for 9 days, and appeared in this world. Fengrui, domineering, evil, destroying, and dying. It is impossible to use any words to describe the horror of this sword pressure, even if Qinghe Supreme is the supreme of the universe. In the face of this brilliant sword pressure, it can't help jumping his eyelids and his back cold. Is the killing trick? Qinghe Supreme narrowed his eyes and sneered. Sword unparalleled. You use this Tai Luo Excalibur, but it has only one blow. I think after this blow, what else do you use? What about your own strength? It's enough to kill you. Sword Wushuang coldly opened. Suddenly, the power of the endless avenue poured into the Taro Excalibur, breaking the 3 seals under the cover of the supreme cloth. Suddenly, the Taro Excalibur really shined golden light, and the scarlet eyes at the position of the sword opened suddenly. Breaking dawn! Jian Wushuang whispered. Click! A golden light emerged, linking the sky and the sky together. Jian Wushuang disappeared, and merged with the Taro Excalibur, moving towards Qinghe Supreme at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, all the stars are overshadowed. The entire retrospective land stops rotating, and the void is directly like broken glass, opening up numerous cracks, and a sprinkling of fairy rays is shining to illuminate the world. The previous Taro swordsmanships were all spurred by Dominion divine power and Wu Weeping sword, but now this Breaking Dawn swordsmanship is motivated by the Taro sword and the power of the avenue, and the power is more than a few level. As the sword, unparalleled, swept across the starry sky, it was like an endless night torn by electricity, and the entire sky was suddenly torn into a crack. Qinghe Supreme suddenly shrank his pupils and secretly horrified. How can this sword, unparalleled thief, be so horrible that he can compete with the old man without using the Taro Excalibur? Even using the Taro Excalibur feels threatening. I'm afraid that after using this Taro sword, this sun is enough to kill any supreme being below the supreme in the universe. If this sun achieves the supreme, wouldn't he? Even the top supreme would take him can't? Qinghe Supreme couldn't help but be taken aback by his own conjecture, only feeling his scalp tingling. In this world, how can we allow such a villainous figure to exist? Qinghe go to death. In the golden thread coming at a rapid speed, the sound of Jian Wushuang's icy bitterness came. Qinghe Supreme suddenly raised his head to look at Jian Wushuang, but suddenly he laughed. Swords warriors, you are indeed the most talented person ever since. You have the power to kill the old man when you hold a Taro sword. After a pause, he shook his head and said, It's just a pity that even if the old man arrives, you will kill the old man first." I saw a big wave of his sleeve, and suddenly a scarecrow with yellow rune paper appeared in his hand. This scarecrow is simply the supreme death rune that is strong enough to withstand a life and death crisis. Go with. Qinghe Supreme pushed with his right hand and immediately welcomed the scarecrow to Jian Wushuang. However, a shocking situation has emerged. The moment the scarecrow first touched Daybreak Jinmong, he was severely torn into countless fragments, and Daybreak Jinmong didn't mean a little wear and tear, and once again killed toward Qinghe Supreme. Suddenly, Zhang He's face was frozen and laughed. What's going on? Next moment, he turned his head violently, looking desperately into the sea of fire, but was the swift and stubborn Supreme Master who was able to cope with it, exasperated to the extreme. "Li Ji, are you eating me?" Don't wait for him to finish. Puff! Daybreak Jinmong has already passed through his chest fiercely. The sharp and overbearing Tai Luo Jianqi directly smashed his immortal supreme godhead. Behind, Qinghe Supreme Jin Guang gradually dissipated, exposing Jian Wushuang's black hair figure in black. Jian Wushuang held the Taro Excalibur and breathed slightly. "What?" I saw Qinghe Supreme glance down at the hole in his chest, and then shattered an inch from the foot in the roar of rage. In the end, the whole person collapsed and crushed like a fortress piled up on the beach. The Supreme Generation has fallen. On the other side, the stubborn Supreme Emperor, who was deeply trapped in the middle of the sea of fire, had a smile on his face. "Stupid that the rune for death is the second life of the old man. Will it really be used for you? Besides, it is better for the old man to enjoy the treasures, such as the Taro Excalibur." I saw the worn and dirty starry robe of him, and the starlight suddenly became bright, like a pearl that had been dusted off, releasing his own glory. Lai Sun's expression was gloomy, and he stepped out of the sea of fire step by step. The fiery fire could not hurt him. In just a few breaths, he walked out of the endless flames of fire completely, as if he was in a humble court. He looked at Jian Wushuang, twisted his neck, and smiled slightly. "Sword Wushuang, now that you have finished using the Tailor Excalibur, what else do you use to stop the old man?" Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and looked at Lai Ju Supreme without saying a word. This man seems to be taciturn, but in fact he has a terrible mind. The Qinghe Supreme lives with him under the stars and the friendship of dozens of chaotic eras. He was said to be Inin, then Inin really. Want to come. If Qinghe Supreme did not trust this person completely and did not use other means, Jian Wushuang would not have been able to kill him with such a sword. Extremely strong, good plan. Jian Wushuang said lightly. It was hard to hear whether it was ironic or praise. Chapter 4367. Within the Land of Traceability. Baiming Supreme is still trapped in the kingdom of eternal night, and the vast starry sky is the only opposite of Jian Wushuang, and Lai Ling Sun smiled and said nothing. The sword is unparalleled, and the person who knows current affairs is Jun Jie. In front of absolute strength, whether it is your so-called force to overpower the same generation of talents, or the Taro Excalibur in your hand, it's nothing, but it's like a dream bubble, it's broken. He twisted his beard on his chin and smiled with a little confidence, as if he knew everything. Zhizhu was holding it. Jian Wushuang's expression was calm. He knew that his enemies from the beginning to the end, but it was the supreme martyr, either the Qinghe Supreme who has fallen, or the Baiming Supreme who is still trapped in the kingdom of eternal night. He does not say that he has 100% certainty to kill him, but if he wants to leave, relying on the two people S means, absolutely can't stop him. Only this stubborn Supreme. The gap between him and the Supreme Lord Lai is too great. The Ultimate Master and the Supreme Master are completely different from one big realm and two small realms. What's more, the difference between these realms is completely the difference between cloud and mud. In the face of Jian Wushuang's silence, Lai Ling Supreme did not care and continued. "Sword Wushuang, the old man is wasting your lips with you now, because the old man has no heart to kill you. The the old man still gives you a chance. You have to figure this out. Oh. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Lai Ju took a look at Jian Wushuang and said, Sword Wushuang, I have to say that your luck and talent are the highest in this era. It can even be said that since the birth of the universe, you can stand out from the crowd. At the top of the list, maybe the first day of the universe, the 100,000 pre-chaos, prehistoric universe, can be a bit on your side. Suddenly, Lai Ling suddenly turned sharply and grinned. Sword unparalleled. If the old man didn't guess wrong, the bronze ancient tripod you used before is the 100,000 Chaodong prehistoric kingdom. Chaos tripod? Speaking of this sentence, Lieju Supreme flashed an irresistible envy. Wu Yi Chao Chao Ding. Jian Wushuang was shocked when he heard his words. This was the first time he heard someone say the origin of the bronze ancient tripod. He had been wondering long ago that the power displayed by this bronze ancient tripod was not inferior to the Taro Excalibur. In theory, it should definitely be one of the most important treasures in the universe. The sword is unparalleled. You do indeed have to think about being stupid. Although the eyes of the old man are blind, they are not blind. People who can manipulate the chaotic innate 5 elements in ancient times have opened their fingers and counted only 2 or 3. The only powerful one is the Ding Chao Chao Ding. However, you don't seem to be able to fully awaken this chaotic Ding Wu Ding. Otherwise, you should be able to directly draw the power of chaos. Lai Sun said, shaking his head. Jian Wu's eyes twinkled, for fear that the fierce Lord Supreme Shurji did not make a mistake. The bronze ancient tripod he obtained from the prisoner dragon was the chaotic Pentium tripod in the east of the kingdom. At the same time, Jian Wushuang also understood why Lai Ling Supreme had been slow to kill him. I am afraid that the Supreme Martyr saw that he possessed the chaos, but he subconsciously thought that he had also inherited Jiadong's heritage. He wanted to learn more about Jiadong's burial place from his mouth, and more benefits. The fierce greed of the fierce lord was far beyond his imagination. Okay, Jian Wushuang, the old man's patience is running out. You obediently surrender the Taro sword and the Wu Ding Chao Ding, as well as the Taro sword and other opportunities. As long as you are obedient, the old man may not accept you. As a boy, although you will become the slave of the old man forever, you can survive. Liezhen Supreme twisted his neck and said, If I don't say it? Jian Wushuang replied with a glance at him. He, Lai Sun Supreme, smiled slightly with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Sword unparalleled. You are too overestimating your own strength, and you are too underestimating your husband. The gap between the Supreme and the Ultimate Master is far away from you. It is unthinkable that even if you have more supernatural power and more divine power, no matter how powerful your precious treasure is, in the eyes of the old man, it is just an ant. Having said that, Lai Sun paused for a while before continuing to say, Sword Wushuang, pity you have no way to go and don't know it, let alone. Then the old man will let you see the old man's ability. Lai Sun shook his head and flicked toward the sword without a finger. With this finger popping up, thousands of rules evolved and turned into various road rules, mixed together to form the power of Xion. In an instant, countless voids shattered, countless wormholes exploded, majestic and majestic, unlike the world. With only half a breath, the finger that destroyed the starry sky will fall on Jian Wushuang. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang's backhand reinserted the Taylor Excalibur into the back sword box, and a flash of firmness flashed in his eyes. Call out. The next moment, Wu Wei's Excalibur united in his hands. Now that there is no road ahead, we will use our 3-foot blue sword to cut a path of life and death. The power of his boulevard is surging towards this finger. Chopper Star, a 5,000 zhang, Mori blue, sword, piercing the sky, suddenly pierced the sky. The swordman's brilliance was so extreme that it seemed to break the entire universe. At that moment, there was only the swordman who cut the sun and the moon. In this swordman, the warrior's eyes were turbulent, and the whole man was Black Fei Yang, holding this extremely blazing hand, Sun Lan Jimong, like a peerless sword before the world. Star Cutting, a real killer created by Jian Wushuang. After he realized the power of the avenue, he also sublimated to the highest level and reached another level. This sword is split, and the Tao is full of vitality and charm, full of the meaning of heavenly cycle. This sword is the guardian. What is guardianship? In Jian Wushuang's understanding, as long as the enemies of this world are beheaded and killed, 9 days and 10 territories will be conquered, so that no one will dare to hurt him for half a point, and no one will dare to hurt him for half a point. It is really a powerful sword that has stepped into the category of Tao. Lai Xin shook his head in admiration, but there was no fear in his eyes. Unfortunately, the old man also realized the Tao. The voice dropped, and I saw a finger pressed by Lai Ju and let it shine again. This Huang sword was split on a finger he pressed, and it only invaded Baizhang, just like glass hitting a stone, and it broke apart. The shattered sword turned into countless ways, sweeping in all directions, crushing the countless meteorite in this retrospective land, and then shot farther into the universe and disappeared. Instantly, Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank. Without waiting for him to think about it, that finger had been shot on Jian Wushuang, hitting him fiercely, breaking all the way to the void. Shocking the tree is ridiculous. There was no change in the look of relief extreme, and he shook his head. Chapter 4368. Fu Jun. In the universe, the cry of frost and heartbreaking sounded. Immediately afterwards, I saw the coldness rushing out of Jintian Bay. Click, click. Jian Wushuang slammed into an asteroid fiercely, penetrating the asteroid directly, and then swept back tens of thousands of feet before the figure stopped. There were a few cracks in his god's body, and his face was pale. Shuanger, why are you out? Jian Wushuang glanced down at the cold frost, forcibly pressed the remaining boiling power in his chest, and said, Fu Jun, are you okay? Cold and frosty, with a sad face, he strode over and said, I'm fine. You obediently go back to the town of Tianbei. Jian Wushuang shook his head at her, and then stared at Lai Ling Supreme again. I have to say that this Lai Lord is the most powerful enemy he has ever encountered. Oh. Lai Sun turned his eyes to look cold and frosty, then looked at Jian Wushuang and said with a small smile, Jian Wushuang, this person is your companion? You are so blessed. Not only the talent is extremely brilliant, but even this companion talent is also good. It seems to have a chance. Jian Wushuang didn't answer, but took a deep breath and clenched the Wu Cry Excalibur in his hands again, his eyes blinking constantly, as if thinking in secret. Soon, come again. Jian Wushuang yelled, breaking the Dawn sword skill again. A gleam of golden light suddenly appeared. At the beginning, this golden light was only the thickness of hair, but then the sword of anger was wrapped in it, turning it into a golden thorn, breaking all the darkness of the world and killing again to the fierce lord. This sword, Exjizian, is also the most powerful killing move in the sword without hands. It is extremely fast, like breaking through the violent waves, turning many asteroids along the way into powder, and the associated space is the same time. Shattered and terrified. Shocking sound explosions kept ringing where the golden light passed. This is Taro sword art, right? Lai Ju could not help but move slightly. He remembered that just now, Jian Wushuang held the Taro Excalibur and used this sword technique to kill Qinghe supremely. Unfortunately, if you use the Taro Excalibur to make this sword move, the old man is still afraid of you taking 3 points. You CA&T take it, but now you can no longer use the Taro Excalibur. You can only rely on your own strength. Just a joke. After that, Lai Ju's eyes were wiped, and within a void of eyes, the dark mansions were suddenly shot. Tian Tong open. He sang softly, and in his eyes, the movement of Jian Wushuang in the dawning golden light suddenly became extremely slow, looking like a snail, struggling to move towards him. With his eyes, he can not only see through all the delusions in the world, but also slow down his movement speed and find flaws. Next moment, Supreme God Nine-Day Finger. The stern sneer sneered. In the void, he flicked 9 times in a row as if playing a pipa. At the same time, 9 gods composed of the supreme divine power, like a meteor passing, bombarded the sword's weakness. I saw the dawning golden light, transformed by Jian Wushuang. Every time it was dropped by 1 finger, it shuddered, and the golden light was worn away by 1 point. In the end, under the 8-finger streak, Jian Wushuang's breaking dawn Jianmeng was completely shattered, leaving only Jian Wushuang sprinting forward with a sword in a forward shape. Fu Jun! Instantly, the coldness of watching from a distance was frosty, and a heart tightened. In the end, Jian Wushuang deceived himself into the 10 feet of Liji's supreme god body, and the 9th finger was as big as a mountain and finally fell down and hit the Wu Weeping Sword. There was a rush of mountains and mountains, and the power of grasping Xinghe came, and Jian Wushuang's right hand couldn't hold it. Wu Wei's Excalibur was severely collapsed and flying, and the right hand holding the sword was burst and shattered. The breaking dawn sword strokes, even before they were cut off, were shot by the fierce Lord's supreme finger. Jian Wushuang, do you now understand? Is there a gap between you and me? Lai Sun's face was as cold as Han Chuan, and Hemang's twinkling eyes stared at Jian Wushuang without the slightest sneer. Is it? At this moment, the sallow-yellow sword unparalleled in his face. He laughed sharply. The next moment, he grabbed it with his left hand, and the tailored Excalibur, which was held on the back, came out again and was automatically caught in his left hand. The dawning sword is just a guise. The real killing trick is the Taro Excalibur. In the past, he could only use the Taro Excalibur once. If he wanted to use it for the 2nd time, he would have to recover for a long time. But how can he be the same as before? Go die! There was a flash of madness in Jian Wushuang's eyes, holding the left hand of Tai Luo Divine Sword, and slashing down towards the fierce Supreme. At this moment, the power of the sword of Wushuang's whole body was madly mobilized, and then poured into the Taro Excalibur as much as it was swallowed by the Taro Excalibur. This sword, no reservations, spare no effort. This sword is enough to cut God. Suddenly, the vertical eyes on the hilt of the Taro Excalibur opened sharply, bloodshot. A majestic breath to the extreme permeated from the Taro Excalibur. An incandescent thunder exploded out of thin air. Countless swords swayed, and endless energy interweaved, as if chaotic boiling. Bang! Immediately an explosion came, as if the heavenly gate was wide open, and the endless fairy light fell. At this moment, the figure of Jian Wushuang seemed to be blurred. In its place, it was a figure in a blue shirt, holding a sword in one hand and a gourd jug in one hand, dim and drunk with eyes, and asked the world with a smile, "Who should I give up?" This is Tai Luo Jianzuan. A horror suddenly appeared on the face of Lieutenant Supreme, and there was no way to remain calm. The person reflected in his eyes at this moment seemed not to be swordsman, but to become the invincible universe of the 100 chaos period, and the entire town was invincible. Make countless days proud of the ancient sword respect Taro. Cut! With the deep, cold voice of Jian Wushuang, the sword finally split. Tear it. In an instant, the entire universe was tens of thousands of feet apart, like a sword. Isn't it only possible to use one sword? How is this possible? Lai Sun's pupils shrank. According to the news from the universe, is NT the sword Wushuang only the one-strike power of the Taro Excalibur? How could he still use the Taro Excalibur now? How can it be? Don't let the supreme deep thought. Tai Luo's Excalibur has been cut down very quickly, so that he has no time to change or avoid, and can only take it. Swords warriors. The Supreme Master Lai understands that Jian Wushuang's use of Breaking Dawn sword art is not to kill him at all, but to distance him from him and catch him off guard. The real killing skill is Taro's sword. Seeing the critical moment of life and death, Lai Sun's right hand quickly flipped over, and suddenly, a puppet doll that looked like crying and laughing, mixed with joy and sadness, appeared in his hands. Chapter 4369. Go with. His face sank, and his right hand quickly squeaked, and then the doll was a little bit more frowny, and instantly the doll was like alive, twisting its body, crookedly standing up in the void, and replaced it with the Supreme. The whole person disappeared. Huh! The attack target of Taro's Excalibur suddenly changed, locked on this puppet, and severely chopped it down. Suddenly, the puppet doll was torn apart, and the extermination power on the Taro Excalibur also disappeared. Xian Hui gradually dissipated, and Sword Wushuang, who was severely overdrawn with a lot of divine power, was unstable. He almost fell from the air, and successively took several strains of magic medicine to restore divine power. The depleted deities were nourished before they could feel better. A magic weapon for death. Jian Wushuang's face sank. This sword Lai Sun was immortal. I was afraid that it would be difficult to kill Lai Sun. Click and wipe. A void not far away was suddenly distorted, and then the body of Lai Sun's supreme body gradually gathered. His expression was gloomy. His eyes stared at Xiang Wushuang. His eyes flashed coldly. If it had not been for his death in time, I was afraid that under this sword he had already disappeared and followed in the footsteps of Qinghe Supreme. Well, sword unparalleled, the old man wanted to save you a life. Since you are so ignorant, then you should blame the old man for being ruthless and crush you directly, and the old man will not believe. With the help of the old man, you can insist on not telling yourself various opportunities. Lai Ling Supreme narrowed his eyes and immediately saw his footsteps, and the void beneath his feet waved directly from the road. By the time his figure reappeared, he had already appeared in Jian Shuang's skull. Huh! He raised his foot and stepped down fiercely towards Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, countless voids perished, and his foot turned directly into a mountain of thousands of miles, suppressing the quartet. Come again. Jian Wushuang's face was pale, but there was a coldness between his eyebrows. The power of countless avenues evolved beside him and turned into various rules. Immediately, his wu-weeping sword was split again. Dragon blood mystery, divine power burns. Huh! Jian Wushuang, who had already been slumped, felt like a flash of light, and his breath rose sharply, soaring. A terrible sun and moon, Feng Rue Jianhong tearing the sky, appeared suddenly. However, after this Feng Rue Jianhong was split, he just fell into this big foot. Jianhong was severely broken, and the sword was unparalleled. When stepped down by 3,000 stars, the body collapsed. Fu Jun! Suddenly, as cold as frost falling into the ice cellar, his eyes became flushed and his eyes were wet with tears. I don't know how long. She has never seen Jian Wushuang in such a despair. Watching Lai Ju's expression of indifference, she wanted to chase Jian Wushuang again, biting her teeth as coldly as frost, and the whole body of divine power broke out. A mantis arm is a cart, and it is beyond our control. Lai Sun looked at Lung Rushuang coldly and waved his hand. A magnificent mighty power blasted out of his hand and smashed Lung Rushuang directly into the depth of a star. Don't worry when the old husband kills your husband, Jun Jian Wushuang. He will send you to be his companion. Lai Sun snorted coldly, then looked at Jian Wushuang again. I saw Jian Wushuang. The body collapsed, and the body reorganized instantly, and the pale face turned into wax yellow. He held the weeping sword in his right hand, stood trembling, and straightened his body, stared at the Supreme Master Li, and suddenly laughed. Jian Wushuang, what are you laughing at? Lai Sun's brow frowned, and the dark wind flickered in the dark eyes. To him now, Jian Wushuang is now a catfish jumping on the chopping board, alive or dead, but only between his thoughts. Relief! Do you really think that I have no idea what to do? Jian Wushuang converged with a smile, shook his head, and his eyes returned to calmness. Ha ha! A taunt of irony appeared in the eyes of Lai Ling Supreme and said, Jian Wushuang, let's not talk about your strengths and talents. The old man has to admire you only for your tough and tenacious vitality. Whatever you decide, you can't get out of this retrospective place. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow, then lowered his head to remove a jade card hanging from his waist, and couldn't help sighing. Blood Wave Supreme, my sword unparalleled owes you again. Hey! The next moment, sword unparalleled crushed the waist jade. Click! A crack opened at the waist. A magnificent, as if from the chaos of Taiku, slowly rising from the jade brand. This is... Suddenly, Lai Ju was trembling with horror, and a horror burst into his eyes. This breath is far above him. His strength enough to crush the sword unparalleled in this breath is just the difference between a child and an adult. The gap is even greater than he and Jian Wushuang. Rumble. This breath is getting more and more boiling. At this moment, the entire retrospective place seems to be stationary, and everything has stopped functioning. Lai Ju's eyes widened, and I saw that this breath kept condensing and finally turned. A middle-aged man in black with a clean face and expressionless face. The middle-aged man in black is billions tall, and his eyes are like mountains. At his feet, nearly 10,000 squares of stars have turned into a pool of blood and stained with a strange red. A horror of power that could not be described in any words. Surging up, slamming the quartet, subjecting all the nations, shaking 9 days and 10 places. The supreme in the supreme. Blood Wave. Suddenly, Lai Sun's body was trembling and terrified. Blood Wave Supreme, one of the 5 chief supremes of the Life Shrine, is second only to the existence of the Supreme, Bloody Supreme, an earth-shattering epic who has survived the battle of the Holocaust, has fought countless times in his life, once overwhelmed the Taishu Temple and fought against the newest emperor's ice mast at night. He once played against the lord of the invincible Supreme Diwu Temple, and finally he shined in the battle with the Dragon Clan, and the Supreme died in his hands, no less than his hands. It can be said that as long as the invincible Supreme cannot be reached, the Bloodwave Supreme can run wild in the universe. And that is the real big man in the depths of the universe, far from being able to compare to the slain sage who lives in the wild wilderness of the universe. Next moment, the image of Supreme, the eyes slowly opened without the slightest emotion, looking coldly at Lai Ling Supreme. Who gives you the qualifications to dare to deceive me in the Temple of Life? The endless blood pool condenses, turning into a big hand that covers the sky and shoots towards the extreme Lai Ju. What horror does the Supreme, given one shot, especially the supreme existence of the top Supreme, such as Blood Wave. At this moment, the avenue of heaven and earth trembled and roared at the same time. Countless voids shattered and collapsed at the same time. An entire retrospective place exploded. Chapter 4370. Escape. Suddenly, Lai Sun's supreme heart was frightened, and he was about to crack. However, the entire universe seemed to be frozen. Under the full blow of Bloodwave Supreme, a huge suction was taken from the palm of the hand, and the entire body of Liu Supreme rolled up and flew towards the palm of this blood wave. This palm was finally depressed. Endless Xian Hui stars are rising, and if the palms are visible, under this palm there will be nothing. Lai Ju's body was full of divine power, and he resisted this palm. At this moment his heart was full of remorse, and he was even more aggrieved. If he had known that Jian Wushuang had such a big killing trick, even if he gave him 10 guts, he would not dare to hunt down Jian Wushuang. Click and wipe. However, nothing said at this time is useless. This palm is the full blow of the Supreme Master. If the Supreme Lord is uncertain, he can still compete with 1 or 2. Blood Wave Supreme's full blow. I saw his feet start, and with this huge power from the palm, The inch-by-inch collapse was worn away, and then his arms began to explode. Jian Wushuang, even if the old man is dead, it will not make you feel better. Lai Ling Extreme turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang. His face turned into a resentment, and he screamed with all his strength, "Supreme God, blood curse!" Suddenly, the eyes of Lai Ling's eyes exploded sharply. 2 blood streams were taken out of his eyes, constantly twisted and condensed, and finally hung on the sword Wushuang's head, turning into a scarlet, huge killing word. Under this word of killing, all concealed means of Jian Wushuang will have nothing to hide, and will even be like carrion, and will attract thousands of miles around the starry sky. All those who are above the supreme realm will be attracted. Damn! Jian Wushuang's face was suddenly gloomy. His eyes flashed to the extreme. Ha 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 ha! Sword unparalleled, the old man would have to see. This Bloodwave Supreme's full blow can protect you several times. Bang! In the loud laughter of Ryukyu Supreme, the gods of Ryukyu Supreme shattered, and all vitality was wiped out by the palm of the Supreme. Lai Ju Supreme, just die. And that palm, after killing Lai Ling Supreme, the power gradually disappeared, and finally disappeared invisible and returned to nothingness. Jian Wushuang's feet were empty, his hair was flying, his face was cloudy and cloudy. The fall of Lai Sun Supreme did not make him feel the slightest joy. The huge kill word hanging over his head was like a beacon in the dark. It was extremely prominent and gave him nothing to hide. He tried to erase the word kill with the power of the road, and tried to see if the antelope mask could cover it. But it was useless. All means were useless. This is trouble. The light of Jian Wu's eyes kept blinking. He knew just by thinking about it, only fearing the word kill. The Supreme of the whole universe would make a sensation for it and came to hunt him down. Just as Jian Wushuang kept pondering, suddenly a crazy laugh came from not far away. Ha ha ha! Sword unparalleled, this seat is finally out. I saw in the distance. The kingdom of Yong Yi continued to shatter and finally burst into a blast. Although Bei Ming Supreme was embarrassed, his face was so smooth that he burst out laughing from Yong Yi Kingdom. Qinghe Supreme, Lai Ling Supreme, are you all right? Come, let's quickly join hands to win the little thief, Jian Wushuang, and share his treasure. What? Extreme Qinghe? Extreme Liu? The next moment, the laugh on Bai Ming Supreme's face froze, as if he was choking his throat, and his face rose red. I saw a burst of chaos in the surrounding void, and the void burst into countless cracks. An entire retrospective land was destroyed once. Under this starry sky, where are the shadows of Qinghe Supreme and Liu Supreme? Only the swordless man in black and black hair turned his head slowly, his eyes staring at him coldly. Suddenly, Bai Ming Supreme stayed asleep, but still boldly asked, Little Sword Master, this seat asks you, what about Qinghe Supreme and Liu Supreme? Jian Wu's eyes looked at him strangely, but he did not expect that among the 3 Supremes who came to hunt him, the weakest Bai Ming Supreme lived the longest. Immediately he quietly replied, You guess. For some reason, Bei Ming Supreme heard a faint feeling in his heart, quickly spreading his divine power and feeling the surroundings. The next moment, Bai Ming Supreme changed his face, took a breath, and his lips trembled. Are they dead? Without waiting for his sword Wushuang to answer, he stepped on his feet and surging up his spirit. Just when Jian Wushuang thought that this Bai Ming Supreme was going to avenge the dead Qinghe Supreme and Lai Ling Supreme, he had clenched his Wu, crying sword. Shashing, this is Zuanxing. Bei Ming yelled, but turned away and fled, and disappeared in front of Jian Wushuang's eyes after a swift effort. Okay? When Jian Wushuang saw this, he couldn't help but look at it, and then his face flashed with the wrong color. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang did not intend to chase him. This Bai Ming Supreme is nothing but an elementary supreme, which poses no threat to him. At most, it will spread his news, and he is now spreading his head. It doesn't make much difference whether to go out or not. Now what I have to do is to find a place to restore the divine power and really start the bronze ancient tripod. Only in this way can I have the strength to protect myself in the next real war. Jian Wu's eyes flashed quickly, making a decision quickly. Then, with a big wave of the sword, Wu Shuang's show entered the town monument as cold as frost, and quickly went in one direction. What Jian Wuxuang didn't know was that, just before he was gone, the two Shenmengs flashed like meteors and suddenly appeared in this retrospective place. The divine light dispersed, revealing two supreme figures. This breath is the Taro magic sword. The sword Wuxuang was here before. One of them wore a dipper, a supreme knife on his waist, and his voice sank. Yes, this is the breath of Tai Luo divine sword, and there is still the old ghost of Lai Ling Supreme, and the divine power of Qinghe Supreme fluctuates. It seems that these two people died in the hands of Jian Wuxuang. The other one was covered with shackles and stature, with an ugly old woman, and said hoarsely, "Go. Jian Wuxuang should not have gone far, we chase." The eyes of that supreme man, Dai Doguang, flashed, and he looked around in the void, and finally fixed his eyes in the direction that Jian Wuxuang was leaving, and a sneer evoked in the corner of his mouth. "You see, there is a channel. Sword Wuxuang should have hit the blood curse of the fierce old ghost." The two looked at each other, immediately flashed into shape, and once again turned into two gods, chasing towards Jian Wuxuang at a very fast speed. Soon the retrospective land fell into silence. It didn't take long for several supreme masters to arrive one after another. After a little thought or two, their faces were greedy with a greedy smile, chasing away in the direction that Jian Wuxuang left. Chapter 4371. Within a star far from the backtracking place, a ray of light fell quickly. Then ray of light broke and turned into a sword unparalleled figure. Jian Wuxuang's face was not very good-looking. He was faintly aware that the Supreme, who was located in the wild wilderness of the universe, had already come to him. "You have to start the bronze ancient tripod." Jian Wu's eyes flickered, and his body quickly broke through the ground and sank into the deep earth. Immediately afterwards, endless sword gas poured out on him. These swords were densely packed, spread out quickly around him, and were buried in the ground. After doing all this, the sword sat cross-legged, first swallowed a few magic drugs to restore his power, and immediately turned over with his right hand. The bronze ancient tripod and shiliang appeared in his hands. "Refine." Jian Wuxuang drank softly. Instantly, in the big palm of the slap, a ray of yellowish air rose up from the ridge, and then it was sucked into the bronze ancient tripod. Bang! Suddenly, the bronze ancient tripod made a crackle like never before. In the space inside the bronze ancient tripod, the innate phases of the five elements are intertwined, continually fused together, and began to transform towards a terrorist force that cannot be described in any words. Jian Wuxuang slowly closed his eyes, splitting his mind into two purposes, while continuously spreading his sword's air to spread out in the void, while continuously refining the bronze ancient tripod. He observed the changes of the bronze ancient tripod. A transformation began slowly. At the same time, outside the star, "Hey! Each breath is different, but they are all powerful, glorious gods, like a shooting star, across the dark and bright starry sky, and then fall out of this star." Wu Guang dispersed, revealing the figures of the supreme people. The first one to arrive was the supreme knives with a waist and the head wearing a bucket. He has a strong and majestic breath, but is a medium and supreme, still faint above that Qinghe Supreme. Next to him was the old humpback with a red-faced pustule and an ugly look. This old lady is not good at all, but she is also a middle-aged supreme. She is known as Poisonous Mother-in-law. She has a venomous power, and she understands the power of the avenue. She has set a high-end record for her poisonous death. Jian Wuxuang is here. Mad Knife Extreme narrowed his eyes, looked down at the star beneath his feet, and said, "In the center of this star, which is the position where Jian Wushuang sinks into the heart of the earth, a huge kill character is particularly scarlet. Oh, it seems that Jian Wushuang is so precious that it's cheaper for us." A grin appeared on the poisonous mother-in-law's face. Her voice filled with irresistible excitement. The two looked at each other, and immediately there was a strong greed in their eyes, flying towards the star. "Jian Wushuang, come out obediently, I know you're here." The poisonous mother-in-law laughed loudly, and her hands were torn apart, and a meatball on the humpback exploded suddenly, bursting out countless green juices, and the smell was extremely extreme. Immediately, these green juices condensed in her hands, forming a poisonous flower and smashing at the place where the sword unparalleled sank. Boom! Suddenly, the entire star shook, and the earth was smashed into a large pit close to 10,000 miles. Ha! Well hid. The poisonous mother-in-law smiled indifferently and stepped into the ground at the same time as Mad Knife Supreme. The moment the two stepped on the ground, suddenly the whole land shook slightly. As Supreme, the two have natural sensibility, and when they see this, they can't help frowning, and they make a flick in their mouths. Without waiting for the two to take any action, the whole land suddenly burst, and cracks cracked like spider webs. A sharp, sword-gassed Chonghong rose from these cracks. This! Suddenly, both looked shocked, and their pupils contracted slightly. Sword Chi, the sword spreads over the mountains. The whole number of million swords crisscrossed the void, shattered the sky, and rendered the sky and the earth all. Next moment, these swords suddenly turned, and a burst of sharp sense of coldness erupted, blasting towards Mad Knife Supreme and poisonous mother-in-law. The eagle worm trick. The Mad Knife saw a sneer, and pulled out the long white snow knife hanging from his waist with his right hand, and the divine power surged out. The sword is unparalleled. The sword is unparalleled. We must look at the old man. How long can this sword hold us back? The poisonous mother-in-law also laughed, and a red box emerged out of thin air in her hand. Opening the box, there are almost 10 poisonous needles in different lengths. The poisonous mother-in-law's 10-finger continuous bombs suddenly rose up, and with the poisonous mother-in-law's 10-finger bounce, she suddenly manipulated the poisonous needle as if there were a silk thread in her body, and smashed the surrounding swords. And just when the two were trapped by the sword-filled atmosphere of the house, outside of the star, several gods rushed in and turned into supreme figures. Oh, I can't think of Mad Knife Supreme and poisonous mother-in-law, but one step ahead of us. An evil charm man brows lightly with a smile. Next to him a thin figure said, "Oh, Shu, let these two men help us to wipe out the sword, and then we will shoot." This octopus youth is truly a barren land of the universe. The contemporary patriarch of the magic chapter family was promoted to become the supreme not long ago. It is good. The evil young man had a pair of narrow fox eyes and nodded when he heard the words. Boom, boom. On this star, countless swords smashed towards Mad Knife Supreme and poisonous mother-in-law like a violent storm, and then were smashed by both. For both, although these sword chi can cause some troubles, they cannot pose a threat to them in the slightest. After a while, the millions of swords in the hall were quickly obliterated by the speed that was visible to the naked eye, and the two mad swordsmen and poisonous mother-in-law were getting closer to the position of the sword unparalleled. Deep in the heart, the sword is sitting cross-legged. The bronze ancient tripod in front of him is undergoing the most crucial change. I can see that in this bronze ancient space the fire of Dinghua, the water of Hai, the gas of Jiajin, the air of Otoki, and the air of Si, like the 5 different forces, continually merge and repel. The spirit of the 5 elements is phase by phase and phase by phase. They have the same origin in their own lives, but each has the ultimate strength and cannot be integrated at all. For example, The gas of water and fire and the gas of gold and wood, etc. They are the most hostile forces in the world. How could this be? Jian Wushuang's brow froze, and he kept meditating, taking a deep breath. Jian Wushuang felt more and more supremes, and his eyes could not help but be determined and determined. Today, the 5 elements are fused, and if they see A and T, they have to be fused. Chapter 43:72. Jian Wushuang's divine power was no longer reserved, and they all leaked out, pouring into this bronze ancient tripod, urging the fusion of the 5 elements. That feeling is like trying to stuff the soil into the gold and iron. Brutal to the extreme. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the bronze ancient tripod trembled frantically, making an embarrassing click. But Jian Wushuang's face showed a touch of joy. He felt that the vitality of the 5 elements finally showed signs of integration under his strong urging. However, just when the 5 elements of qi merged at the last moment, a barrier suddenly appeared, blocking the 5 elements of qi. This is... Jian Wushuang couldn't help but sank, and the magic power spreading in the bronze ancient tripod suddenly felt a villain appear out of thin air. The villain's hair was drooping, his face was cold, his eyes were heavy pupils, and his body was full of cold and murderous spirit, which made him cold all over with just a glance. However, the villain's expression was numb and rigid, and he seemed to have no sense of autonomy. Imprint. Jian Wu's eyes flickered. If he was right, this villain should be the mark left by the Bronze Master in the Bronze Master. Then, with reference to the Supreme Master Lie, this bronze ancient tripod that should have been called the Wooding Chowding Tripod, the previous owner was 100,000 prehistoric times. The universe recognized the first genius, Jiedong. Jian Wu's eyes skyrocketed sharply. That is to say, this villain's mark was left by the original Jiedong. I'm afraid that this bronze ancient tripod tried to escape several times before. Now the innate nature of the 5 elements can't be merged. I'm afraid that all the marks left by the masters of this world are making trouble? Jian Wushuang's mouth gradually evoked a sneer. Immediately, countless divine powers poured out and wiped away towards this mark. For the current Jian Wushuang, let alone a mark left by Jade East in the past, even if it is now Jiedong, his sword Wushuang is not afraid of it. A muffled noise came, and the villain was wiped away by the sword unparalleled. The innate air of 5 elements is unhindered and merges together. Stars on the surface. The sword is unparalleled. Now the sword you left has been destroyed. How can you stop me? The mad sword wields his sword, smashes the last sword, and opens his mouth and laughs. Immediately he swept to the position where the sword Muzu sank into the center of the earth, reached out and broke the ground, and wanted to grab the sword Muzu. The poisonous mother-in-law's expression was bleak, and nearly 10 poisonous needles, flashing with cold mansions, hung quietly. Her heart was ready, and after the sword Wushuang was caught, she directly gave a fatal blow, including the star, the evil young man with narrow eyes, and the head of the 9-claw magic chapter family with a black octopus head. The same power came out, waiting for opportunity. Just at this moment, boom, boom. Suddenly, a shocking explosion exploded. The whole world seemed to be in a doomsday, trembling with madness. The earth began to collapse, the mountains began to collapse, the sky began to break, and everything in this star began to break. How is this going? Suddenly, the face of Mad Knife and other people changed. Next moment, the entire star burst, a vast and boundless, as if through the chaos of the universe, the ancient atmosphere of heaven and earth flooded, rising. The starry sky of the whole universe makes a sound of avenues for it, as if congratulating in heaven and earth the birth of a treasure. A wave of surging air was like a shock wave, and then it spread. The poisonous mother-in-law's fleshy face suddenly changed rapidly. Retreat first. The mad knife extreme and poisonous mother-in-law looked at each other, both stepping forward, and quickly hurried back. It wasn't until they withdrew hundreds of thousands of feet in succession that they stopped to look at the airwaves with suspicion. A scent of kung fu, the air of the sky gradually dissipated, revealing a black hare in black, sitting cross-legged, with a grim figure of a huge scarlet kill on top of his head. He closed his eyes slightly, and in front of him, a bronze ancient tripod slowly rotated, and the chaos breath came from this bronze ancient tripod. This is the Wu Ding Chao Ding. Others haven't found anything yet, but the evil young man's eyes are violently opened, and he is terrified. Next moment, no, this chaotic horror fell on Jian Wu's hands. "We're no opponents, run away," the evil young man said quickly. Over the years, he has been searching for the long-disappearing Wu Ding Chao Ding. Although I do not know why Wu Ding Chao Ding fell into the hands of Jian Wushuang, he deeply understands how horrible Wu Ding Chao Ding is. The patriarch of the magic chapter standing next to him, frowning at hearing the words, felt that this evil young man had made a big deal and said at will. "Shoo, this chaotic Ding Wu Ding has also heard of this seat. It is indeed a big killer, but that sword is unparalleled, but the ultimate master is Xiu. We don't have to be so afraid." "You do not understand." The evil young man shook his head again and took a deep breath. "Maozhong Patriarch, if you want to stay, just stay here by yourself. I'll take a step." Having said that, the evil young man turns and flees. Just then a faint voice came. "Since it's all here, leave it all." Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of forest cold flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he looked down at the bronze ancient tripod in front of him. I saw that the bronze ancient tripod has undergone earth-shaking changes. Although it is still incomplete, a shocking picture appeared on him. I saw the original simple tripod, with the sun, moon, stars hanging, flowers, birds, insects and beasts, and heaven and earth settled down, as if pulling up a vibrant world map. The fusion of the 5 elements is for chaos. Photo. The next moment, a dark yellow chaotic power was drawn by Jian Wushuang from the Wu Ding Chao Ding. Suddenly, a great terror between life and death suddenly appeared in everyone's heart. Hiss! This is power of chaos. Everyone took a sip of air conditioning, and their hearts were trembling. The evil-looking youth turned pale, and his lips were shaking. Before the 100,000 chaos era, the Zhejiang Supreme District has a mortal body, and it is with the Wui Chaoding Ding that the Supreme Master is like a dog. Now, how terrible is the chaos of Wu Sun falling in the hands of the sword. In addition to Wu Chaos Ding, compared to Zhejiang in that year, there is another big killer, the Taro Excalibur. In addition, Jian Wushuang is a special life with a super perfect level, and there are great magical powers such as Daybreak and Yongye, and they realize the power of the road. The horror of the sword, unparalleled, will far surpass the Zhejiang of the year. Escape. You must escape. The 4 supreme hares were upright, almost at the same time, blazing in different directions. Today, none of you can escape. Jian Wushuang's voice is cold, such as Wanli Glacier. The next moment, the power of chaos was shot hard, and farther away, there were other supremes, rushing quickly with smirks. 3 days later, an earth-shattering news came out of the wild wilderness of the universe and quickly swept the entire universe. Jian Wushuang, who disappeared for thousands of years, was born again in the wild wilderness of the universe. With his own strength, he even slaughtered 9 supreme gods. Suddenly, the universe was horrified and horrified. Chapter 43, 73. When Jian Wushuang heard the news of the 9th Supreme Divine Realm within 3 days, it suddenly swept across the universe with a spark of sparks. At first, there were still people who didn't believe it, but when a cosmic wild wasteland was supreme, he ran out of his body and informed the whole cosmic wild wasteland that there would be no Supreme Divine Realm. All of a sudden, the entire universe is in an uproar. As the master, slaughter the realm. What is this concept? Suddenly, the whole universe was turbulent, and many people were jealous of rewards. Those who planned to find sword unparalleled hurried back and quickly returned. At this moment, Jian Wushuang steadily went to prison in the name of the first day of eternity. There's no moisture at all, and some people claim that Jian Wushuang is the myth of the world. Inside Diwu Shrine, Diwu Shrine's main black feather sits on the main seat. The other supremes are on both sides, and the atmosphere is especially dignified. Master, what shall we do next? One supreme asked with a complex expression. Heiyu Supreme has not spoken, and no emotion can be seen on his face. But if someone carefully observes, he will find that Heiyu Supreme's right hand hidden under the black robe is shaking. Unexpectedly, this is the climate after all. His fists clenched, and his eyes were thick with unwillingness. He did everything, and even invited the dragons to shoot. The only thing he didn't want to see today is to kill the sword in the cradle in advance. Unexpectedly, a total of 6 forces joined forces to let Jian Wushuang escape. In just 10,000 years, Jian Wushuang grew up to kill the Supreme Being. Convergence of thoughts, a gloom of sadness can't help but appear on Supreme Black's face. Dear Lord, in my opinion, we may not have the chance to strangle the sword unparalleled. Otherwise, once this opportunity is missed, the universe race will begin, and Jian Wushuang will get 10 futon listening positions at the universe race, breaking through the supreme success. I'm afraid that by then the entire universe will no longer have a place for us in Diwu Temple. The extremist who spoke before, his eyes twinkled, and he said in a deep voice, "Oh." Heiyu Supreme heard an eyebrow raised and said with a bitter smile, "Green Dog, now the 4 Chief Supremes of the Life Shrine, plus the newly born Chief Supreme 9 Kings, have been staring at this seat. But whenever they leave Diwu Temple, they will come to stop, you say, where is the opportunity to kill swordsmen." I saw the Supreme known as the Green Dog, smiled slightly and said, "The Lord of the Palace does not have to worry. There is nothing unique about the sword. It is not enough. Why should the Lord of the Lord take a shot? As long as I am alone, it is enough to suppress him." With that said, there was a rush of self-confidence on Green Dog Supreme's face. This self-confidence does not come from vainness, but because he is the number 2 figure in the main hall of Diwu Shrine. He has the highest level of supreme strength and has reached the peak. You? Black Feather Supreme heard a groan. Seeing the hesitation of Supreme Black Feather, Supreme Blue Dog said, "The Lord of the Palace, don't think about it. I have analyzed the strength of Jian Wushuang, which is almost equal to the Supreme Supreme. The ability to slay the Supreme Supreme depends on the strength of the Supreme Supreme." Heiyu Supreme heard a long sigh of relief and understood that it was important. He nodded and said, "That's good. Green Dog, this time you must bring back the swordless pair of swords." "Yes." The Blue Dog arched his hand with respect and bowed down. Taishu Temple, the Wu Ding Chaos Ding. How unfair the sky is. These universe treasures even fell into the sword without hands. The expression of Bingyu Extreme is ugly, and the gloom in his eyes is almost condensed into substance. The opportunity of the sword, unparalleled, made him all jealous. He only got the Taro Excalibur. He even got a treasure that is not inferior to the Taro Excalibur. "Master God, what shall we do now?" The owner of the second hall said. His face was cloudy and uncertain. Bingyu Supreme took a deep breath, relieved his mind, and his voice was extremely determined. "Sword Wushuang must die. Otherwise, once he breaks through the Supreme, he truly masters the Taro Excalibur, but he is afraid of the entire universe. No one will rule him." The Lord of the second hall nodded in agreement and said, "The Lord of the hall, then leave it to me to kill Sword Wushuang." Bingyu Supreme heard the light flashing, then waved his hand and said, "No. This time Sword Wushuang is the last chance before the Grand Cosmos event. It is extremely important. You must kill with one strike, and there must be no risk. After a pause, the eyes of Bingyu Supreme suddenly turned into a cold road. So this time the sword is unparalleled and killed by this seat. What? The lord of the second hall heard the words and couldn't help but be shocked. The Bingyu Supreme was a half-step invincible supreme, and he was also the master of one party. If he went to cut and kill Jian Wushuang himself, he would be an entire universe set off stormy public opinion. However, the lord of the second palace didn't advise him much. He knew that Bingyu Supreme had already become jealous of Jian Wushuang. If Jian Wushuang did not die in one day, his heart would be disturbed. Compliance. He arched. Judy Pavilion headquarters. Round table representing the highest conference. Purple hair, red ears, and heartbeats are sitting on the round table, and the faint afterglow shines through the glass on the round table to form a mottled light block. Hey, perfect level of special life, and a very high level of spirituality in spiritual practice. In addition to Tai Luo Excalibur, I also received the Wu Ding Chao Ding Ding. These opportunities are so good that even this seat can't help but feel jealous. Heartbeat Supreme shook his head and laughed. There are only a few extreme Taoist soldiers in the universe. It was unexpected that 2 of them fell on Jian Wushuang's body, which is a godsend. The red-eared Supreme is also known as Qi Dao. Although the purple-haired boy did not speak, a bitter smile appeared on the face of the perennial iceberg. Supreme Heartbeat took a look at him and said, "Zifa, now you know. Why did you persuade you not to be against Jian Wushuang and the Palace of Life? Is this sword Wushuang with 100,000 prehistoric chaos? Jedong, like the 300 Taro before the chaos, are all talents who can dominate the suppression of an era. Even sword Wushuang is stronger than Jedong and Teo." The purple-haired boy nodded when he heard the words and couldn't help feeling a little bit, and replied, "With the body of the master, even the supreme divine realm, the universe does not know how many chaotic eras. No such characters have appeared. I'm afraid that kill the powers that have gone to the shrine of life must have a headache now." After a pause, Zifa Juvenile looked at the heartbeat and continued, "Heartbeat, what shall we do next? Do we need to help Jian Wushuang again?" Heartbeat Supreme didn't rush to answer, but squinted his eyes, looked through the glass to the far end of the universe, and said, "No, Jian Wushuang, this little guy has wings, and then, on his own, once after experiencing this calamity, he will truly become and be refined into steel." After hearing the words, the Zifa boy thought for a moment or two, and then nodded. "Then say it as you please." When he heard the words and smiled, he didn't reply, but looked at the distant eyes with a look of expectation. "Jian Wushuang, the old man would like to see what step you can take in the end." Chapter 43-74. After the news of Jian Wushuang's rebirth came out, after the people in the universe accept the initial shock, even if Xian began to look forward to it, how would the 6 top forces with a life and death feud with Jian Wushuang react? Sure enough, as expected from the world, except for the dragons who have not expressed their stand for the time being, these 6 forces have sent the top powerful men in their respective strengths to the wild wasteland of the universe to intercept the swords. It is worth mentioning that the Taishu Temple and the Qiang God Kingdom were even shot by the Lord of the Forces. The newly increased God Emperor Bingyu is the Supreme Emperor, plus the Qiang God Kingdom, Qiang God Emperor. These 2 people are half-step invincible supreme existence. This cannot help but feel the emotions of everyone in the universe. I do not know whether to envy Jian Wushuang or mercy Jian Wushuang. Not only envious of the sword warriors, but the ultimate of the realm, they can stir up the situation in the entire universe, and even attracted the real big shots in the universe. Doomed to fame, but also pity the sword warriors' disaster, and finally killed Jiu. When the Supreme lives, he will face a more severe and terrifying situation. You know, this time the people who shot the major forces have already figured out the strength of Jian Wushuang clearly, and even overestimated the results in the future, in order to kill in one blow, no accident. And at this moment, the dragon who had fallen into silence for a while finally heard the news. Long Qing, the fourth-generation bloodline leader of the dragon race, will go out to the wild wilderness of the universe and kill the sword unparalleled. Who is Long Qing? At the beginning, the champion of the battle for the dragon race, the prisoner of the dragon was in the battle for the throne, was defeated in the hands of Long Qing, was deprived of the supreme divine realm, and driven out of the dragon race. As soon as this news came out, the universe suddenly became more boiling. Almost everyone is convinced that this time, Jian Wushuang will be in trouble. Dominate the doorway of the ancient sky. A strong-blooded and sturdy figure with a self-defeating face, he rushed out of the ancient sky in one step. Fortunately, at the last minute, we finally got the third invitation to the Cosmopolitan event. The figure looked down at the white jade in his hand, and an irresistible joy appeared on his face. This person is arrogantly the overlord who finally got the qualification to invite the universe races. Thousands of years after Jian Wushuang left Xingkong Ancient Road, Xingkong Ancient Road was once again plunged into a chaotic war. Many people left Jianming, but the earliest group of people who followed Jian Wushuang's core team stayed. Faithfully maintains the development of the Sword League. Overlord is one of them. After some competition, he not only got the invitation place for the last Cosmopolitan event, but even went further. He had broken through the ultimate dominance realm dozens of times earlier than Jian Wushuang, and was invincible to dominate the peak strength. At this moment, when he went further, he was suddenly away from the supreme divine realm, but it was just a thin line away. He was about to step away, telling his family ancestors the good news. The tip of his ears suddenly moved, and the words sword warriors were faintly heard. Well, what happened to the leader? The overlord raised his eyebrows, then swept to the center of the crowd, and asked Shinshin, "I asked you, what did you say that sword unparalleled? What did you mean?" This group of people discussing sword unparalleled, but they are all the 5th level and those who have just stepped into the ultimate master. Feeling the overwhelming blood of the overlord, their hearts trembled, and they did not dare to conceal the slightest. Everything is set out. The overlord heard Jian Wushuang's deeds and couldn't be calm for a long time. It was only after a long time that he smiled silently. "I thought I had made great progress in my cultivation. I can already compete with the leader. I never imagined that in just tens of thousands of years, the leader had grown to the point of slaughtering supreme." This cannot help but let the overlord be a little discouraged. The original cultivation of the great joy and the joy of being eligible for the Cosmopolitan event cannot help but fade down a lot. Just feel that the more chasing Jian Wushuang, the more difficult it is to look back. Finally, the overlord shook his head, his eyes flashed for a while, and his face was full of thoughts. Dragon, Taishu Temple, Diwu Temple. These 6 forces are all the top forces in the universe. The leader is chased by them. I'm afraid they will struggle. No, I have to go back to the family quickly and ask my ancestors to take action to protect the leader. After some thoughts, the overlord stepped forward and quickly swept towards an unknown star field in the universe, the wilderness of the universe. It is located on the top of the mountain. Jian Wushuang sat quietly crossing his knees, covered with black blood, and the mountain wind blew his loose hair, revealing a cold and indifferent face. Under him, the blood of God flowed all over the place, dyeing the mountain in red, and one of the 9-claw octopus head was particularly conspicuous. 3 days ago, Jian Wushuang held the Chaosian Ding of Wushu and chased him all the way. Finally, he sat on the Tiantong Mountain and cut the 9 supremes. Among them, the person with the highest strength is the patriarch of the Mahjong tribe, the highest state of supremacy. And after he beheaded the 9 supremes, the huge killing word hanging on his head has become even more enchanting and deep. No wonder, then, that Jierong was able to slaughter the supreme as a dog. This chaotic tribe was really too powerful. Jian Wushuang looked at the chaos ding Wu Ding in front of him, and his eyes kept flashing, thinking. After the awakening of the chaos, the the spirit of the 5 elements intersect. Turning into the universe is not born, and the chaotic power of chaos is really overbearing to the extreme. The supreme divine power that used to be in the eyes of Jian Wushuang. After encountering the power of chaos, it was almost like an egg touching a stone. It was totally unbeatable. It is by virtue of this chaotic power that both sides of the sword slayed the 9 supremes in succession. However, this mighty chaotic tripod seems to be powerful, not destruction, but creation. The sword murmured to himself. At first, he thought that the Wu Ding Chao Chao Ding was like the Taro Excalibur, and it was a Xeon attacking magic weapon, but after careful observation, he found that it was not the case, because he felt that although the Emperor's Chaos Ding was powerful, the power of that chaotic power had reached its limit. That is, even if he broke through to the Supreme Realm, or even the invincible Supreme Realm, he would use the Emperor Chaos Ding again. The same can only be used as powerful as he is now. By that time, the attack will appear weak. The Tai Luo Excalibur is a treasure born purely for killing and attacking. At present, it seems that it is not as powerful as the Chaos Ding of Wushu. The sword is unparalleled and can only use a few blows. But that's because Jian Wushuang hasn't broken the Supreme Realm and hasn't really mastered the Terra Excalibur. Once he truly masters the Taro Excalibur, his power will be more horrible than this Chaoyang Ding. If I'm not mistaken, this Ding Chao Chao Ding is basically a magic weapon for attack, but creation. Create the world. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, and the divine power was immersed in the chaos space in the Chaos Ding Wu, with the 5 elements combined into chaos, which is gestating the universe of life. However, it seems that because of the incompleteness of the chaos, the power of chaos has not really given birth to the life of the universe. Once I find other fragments of the Chaoxian tripod, I can really supplement the Chaoxian tripod. Maybe, in this chaotic space, you can really create life in the universe. Chapter 4375. Creation. What a magnificent word. Even if it is Jian Wushuang, I can't help thinking about it here. Until a long time passed. I think a little far away. For me, it is the last word to break the supreme. Jian Wu's eyes flickered, and after taking a deep breath, he put away the Wu Ding Chao Ding. In a moment, the battle in the ancient road of the stars should end at this moment. That is to say, the grand event of the universe is about to start. In addition to breaking through the supreme, he can no longer make inroads. The only thing he can do is quietly wait for the cosmopolitan event to open. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang sat on the top of the mountain, letting the severe squall wind brush his face, and closed his eyes slowly. The time passed day by day, just before the cosmic event was about to start, and Jian Wushuang felt the jade handed to him by Master Lan and became more and more throbbing. Boom! Suddenly, a sound of breaking air came from afar. Sword unparalleled! A cold drink exploded, and I saw an electric light blasting at high speed. At the beginning, he was still at the edge of the universe, but it was just a small black spot. At the next moment, the small black spot suddenly enlarged in the pupil of Jian Wushuang, appearing in front of the sword Wushuang. The electric light dissipated and turned into a man in a black robe who wore a black robe and covered the entire face with only a pair of scarlet pupils exposed. "Who are you?" Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and looked at him. "You don't need to know who I am." The man in black robes was hoarse and his eyes were scarlet. "You just need to know that this seat is specially ordered by the Lord Tyri and comes to take your life." The words fell. The man in the black robe turned his right hand, and a black trident appeared in his hands. He had no intention to talk to Jian Wushuang more. The supreme divine power surged, and he threw the trident directly, banging fiercely towards Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang's pupils shrunk slightly, and the whole person quickly rose into the sky, avoiding the blow. "Huh!" The trident slammed heavily on Tongtian Mountain, who sat cross-legged with the sword without arms. Instantly, the entire Tongtian Mountain broke and collapsed. raising the sky with smoke and sand. "Chopper Star!" An icy word sounded, and immediately afterwards I saw a sharp blue sword rainbow cut out from the smoky sky, breaking all the way into the void and coming forth from all directions. Sculpture of the worm. The man in black robe faced Jianhong. Jianhong didn't care. He grabbed it with his right hand and immediately grabbed the sharp Jianhong. "Sword unparalleled. Use your Taro Excalibur and chaos ding directly." He faintly opened his mouth, and immediately a top supreme cultivation acted like a bomb. Dropped like a bomb on a calm lake, an entire starry sky was boiling, as if he couldn't withstand this great force, cracking numerous cracks. "Top supreme!" Jian Wushuang trembled, and his heart sank immediately. He guessed that the 6 major forces would not let him go, but he did not expect that the 6 major forces would look down on him so much and sent the top supreme to intercept and kill him as the ultimate master. You know, who is the top supreme? Extreme. Each one is a big name with a surname in the universe, enough to open up a kingdom of God and become an overlord of eternity. Then I do as you wish. Although Jian Wushuang was jealous, his eyes were not afraid. Under the pinch of his right hand, Wu Ding's chaos ding was held by him. "Go with." He gave a low drink, and instantly the power of the black chaotic Hongmeng was drawn by Jian Wushuang, as if the heavy water of Tianhe was held in his hand, and he slammed away towards the black robe man. Is this the power of Wu Xing's chaos? The black robe man's eyes flickered brightly, his hands pushed forward fiercely, an endless supreme divine power poured out from his hands, hitting the power of chaos. Suddenly, the 2 worldly forces intersect, and suddenly burst out in the air. The entire starry sky began to collapse under the impact of these 2 forces, turning into nothingness. The black robe man's arms' cuffs exploded, revealing his lean arms. However, he did not retreat. Well, that's all. The next moment, a low smirk uttered in his mouth. He quickly performed the magic, tearing both sides. A shocking scene happened. This chaotic force, like the heavy waters of the Tianhe River, was torn apart by this black robe man. Jian Shuang saw this, and his face was gloomy to the extreme. It seems that the limit of the attacking power of the Cheongding is to kill the supreme. Although stepping in will cause some trouble, it is not fatal. The next moment, Jian's eyes flickered, and when he stepped on his right foot, he quickly retreated back. Nowadays, it is obviously unwise to choose to shake this top extreme. It is better to avoid the edge first and drag it to the Cosmos Conference. There was a hint in his heart that the grand event of the universe will start in these days. Want to escape? The man in the black robe sneered. His body turned into a shuttle and turned into a lightning again, chasing towards the sword unparalleled. The figure of them quickly disappeared under this starry sky. Soon after the 2 left, there were a few more lights, one after another. Just left. Bingyu Supreme stepped in the void, and a pair of silver pupils turned slightly the color of thought flashed in his eyes, and then he directly performed the technique of large movement, far faster than the speed of Jian Wushuang and the black robe man, towards the second. Sweep away. I saw that his body flickered like a light spot, and each flicker was 1,000,000 miles away, flickering directly from one star field to another. Like the Bingyu Supreme, the Emperor Qiang, the Lord of the Blood Temple, and the Green Dog Supreme of the Diyu Temple all arrived at the star domain left by Jian Wushuang, and each performed their own magical skills, closely following Jian Wushuang. And farther away, a gigantic 6-clawed dragon shuttled through the clouds and stars, swallowing the sun and the moon, wandering through the sky. The light gold eyes in his eyes did not contain the slightest emotion. This time the dragon tribe sent to kill the sword unparalleled, the 4th generation of the dragon leader, Long Qing. The black-robed man, sent by the great kingdom of the sun, followed behind Jian's body, as if it were a cat and a mouse, and he constantly waved his trident and smashed it towards the sword god body. Damn! Jian Wushuang is constantly wielding the power of chaos to block the attack of this black-robed man. Fortunately, in this bronze ancient tripod, the powers of the 5 elements are mutually reinforcing, and there is a constant flow, which can be inexhaustible. Otherwise, the fear of this black-robed man's casual attack can cause him an incalculable injury. The ultimate difference between the ultimate dominator and the top extreme is too big. The gulf between the two is almost like a heaven. If there was only this person, I would still have the confidence to defeat or escape, but Jian Wushuang felt that not far away from him, there were several roads that were not weaker than this black-robed man, and even more powerful breath, and he was rapidly pulling into the distance with him. Chapter 4376. Jian Wushuang Give Up Resistance. The truth of this seat tells you that, in addition to this seat to kill you, this time there is the house owner of the Blood Temple, the Qiang God Emperor of the Qiang God Kingdom, and the Taishu Temple. Bingyu Supreme, the Blue Dog Supreme of Diwu Temple, and the 4th generation Dragon Blood Dragon. Each of them is not weaker than the existence of this seat. Unless the Invincible Supreme comes forward to protect you, you will not escape this time. The man in black robe said, seeing Jian Wushuang's no response. He shook his head and continued to say, if Jian Wushuang, if you are acquaintances, obediently fall into the hands of this seat can make you die a little easier. But if you die those hands, I am afraid that it is not so easy to die easily. Noise. Before he finished speaking, Jian Wushuang gave him a cold look and continued to fly forward. Stubbornness. Seeing this, the man in the black robe couldn't help humming, and the endless supreme divine power condensed into a ball in his hands. Pushing forward, he suddenly shuttled through the void, like a knife cutting mud, breaking the force of chaos and hitting sword warriors on the back. Although this ball has been destroyed by most of its power with the power of chaos, it is still far from being the ultimate master for Jian Wushuang, and it suddenly smashed most of the body of Jian Wushuang. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang is a perfect chaotic special creature. In just a blink of an eye, his body was instantly reorganized, and a sword was backhanded, and Yong Yi's sword art was directed towards this black robe man. The black robes are wrapped in endless black mist, and they are dragged into the kingdom of eternal night. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang was slightly relieved. Just as he was going to continue to fly forward, suddenly, an ice-cold sound came out in front of him. Sword unparalleled, you can't escape. Laugh! The next moment, a surpassing Jian Wushuang, and even surpassing the majestic strength of the black robe man, came to the world and directly blocked the nearby starry sky. Immediately, Jian Wushuang saw the figure of Bingyu Supreme and slowly gathered in front of him. Bingyu Supreme has no expression, and there is no trace of sadness and joy in his eyes. Looking at Jian Wushuang's eyes is like looking at an ant who can pinch to death. Jian Wushuang's heart sank straightly. After all, can't you escape? Before waiting for Jian Wushuang to respond, several figures came to block the starry sky firmly. Qiang Emperor, Lord of the Blood Temple, Blue Dog Extreme. The breath emitted by the 3 of them is equally powerful, and even the Qiang Emperor is also invincible and supreme. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang's face couldn't help smirking. All retreats have been blocked. Has become the enemy of all the world, must die. Sword unparalleled, do it yourself. Don't let this block shoot. Don't try to escape with your magical powers, or imagine who can save you. Bingyu Supreme looked at Jian Wushuang up and down, and then said lightly. His expression of optimism and sorrow was like the in charge of life and death, who sentenced Jian Wushuang to death. The sword is unparalleled. If you blame it, blame your talents for being too high and your chances too good. Once you break through the Supreme, the balance in the universe that is hard to maintain will be broken by you. The Qiang God Emperor shook his head and said, Jian Wushuang, you have come to this stage today. You are all responsible for it. If you get to know each other early and hand over the Taro sword, how can it be today? Yes, do and take what belongs to you. Do and take it. If you take it, you have to pay for it. You do and know why you do and fit. Several others said. At this moment, Jian Wushuang is not the first genius in the universe, nor is it a perfect special life. In their eyes, it is just a dying ant. Jian Wu's eyes glanced around and swept across their faces, but his expression gradually recovered and calmed down. Death? In fact, from the moment he picked up the Tai Luo divine sword, beheaded the dragon, and never bowed his head under the pressure of the 6 major forces, he was already mentally prepared. Now he is not surprised by this ending. It only made him feel guilty and regrettable that the life shrine was severely wounded and killed for him, and the White Tiger Supreme died for him, but he could not avenge them. This, after all, it's hard. Just when Jian Wushuang was lost in thought, a rumbling sound came from the distant sky. I saw a 6-pronged golden dragon swaying from the endless void, swallowing clouds and spitting clouds, and finally, under a flash of golden light, turned into a young man wearing a gold robe, double horns above his head, and a majestic face. This person is the leader of the 4th generation blood of the dragon family, Long Qing. The strength of the 6 great strangling swords, unparalleled, is finally here. After everyone saw Long Qing's arrival, their pupils shrank slightly, and then their expressions became more restrained. Long Qing's face was expressionless, and he didn't even look at the other supremes present, but instead stared directly at Jian Wushuang and said indifferently, "You are Jian Wushuang? You killed Long Han's waist?" Jian Wushuang heard his convergent thoughts, glanced at him, and twitched his lips, asking, "Are you asking knowingly nonsense?" Long Qing heard the words, his eyes suddenly froze, his face gloomed, and the murderous flashed. The sharp teeth. The sword is unparalleled. It seems that you are still not fast enough to die. Jian Wushuang smiled with disdain. For him today, multiple Long Qings and fewer Long Qings will not affect his ending. He doesn't matter anymore. The only thing he wants now is to exhaust all his strength before he dies and pull someone to be buried with him. Even if his sword is undead, it will not be a salty fish that can be slaughtered by anyone. The sleepy beast still fights, not to mention his sword unparalleled. Well, Qi is changing, let's do it. Morina said coldly. A ridged ice sword was held in his hand. A chill radiated down the ice sword, frozen 3 feet in the void. The other supreme masters nodded their heads, and each began to save and strike. Jian Wushuang fell to death instantly. What surprised them, however, was at this moment Jian Wushuang took the lead. Talented, supernatural. Talented, amazing life. Dragon blood mystery, divine power burns. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's divine power rose suddenly, and the divine body adjusted to the strongest peak state, under the instant blessings of various realms and supernatural powers. Jian Wushuang represents the breath of ultimate dominance, which is a step further. Next moment, Jian Wu's eyes suddenly turned, looking at Long Qing. "Go die!" The Wu Ding Chao Ding was first taken out by Jian Wushuang, took out the power of chaos, and smashed his head in the face of Long Qing. Taro Excalibur. Immediately after that, Jian Wushuang once again drew his right hand and took out the Taro Excalibur. The horror of the apex of the peak of the road power poured into the Taro Excalibur and chopped it towards Long Qing. A vague figure of the blue shirt sword reappears in the world. Wu Xing Chao Ding and Tai Luo Excalibur are the 2 strongest killing moves of Jian Wushuang today. One of these 2 killing moves came out, and the whole starry sky burst into a broken voice. They were a little bit stuck and burst slightly. However, this is not the end. Jian Wushuang crushed the jade card on the waist again. There are 2 top powers of the supreme blood, all killing moves. At the same time, lock on the gloomy Long Qing. Chapter 43, 77. Bang! At this moment, the sky and the earth changed, and the sun and the moon shattered. Long Qing looked at Jian Wushuang, who had killed him, and immediately understood Jian Wushuang's thoughts. Angrily replied with a smile, "Jian Wushuang, is it because you also deserve to take this seat and die?" He opened his mouth, only to see the dark clouds in his mouth, thunder shuttle, countless energy trembling. Then, all these energy condensed, turned into a wave of destruction, and blasted fiercely towards Jian Wushuang. Click! In an instant, the blockade enchanted by several supreme cloths broke. This wave of destruction was the first to kill with Jian Wushuang. The power of chaos! There was a loud roar between the two. As if chaos reopened, everything was silent, and a huge black shock wave seemed to condense into substance and spread out fiercely. Not to mention this killing move of the two. Just this shock wave can kill all the strongest below the Supreme. Even the elementary Supreme will be shaken and fallen by this shock wave. Is this the power of chaos? Being you Supreme, Blood Temple Master, Green Dog Supreme, and others looked at this scene. First, they rushed away the shock waves and then squinted their eyes, and a strange color flashed in their eyes. Although this might cannot threaten them, it is enough for an ultimate master to cross several realms and pose a threat to the Supreme, which is really powerful. After Jian Wushuang's death, it's okay for the tailored Excalibur, or for other opportunities. This seat is for you. The Qiyang Emperor licked his lips and said, although Jian Wushuang was not dead at the moment, they already regarded Jian Wushuang as a dead person and began to divide up the magic weapon on Jian Wushuang. The power of endless power dissipated, and I saw the wave of destruction condensed in Long Qing's mouth. Although the power destroyed a lot, it dissipated the power of chaos, and once again greeted Jian Shuang's second murderous move. Taro Excalibur. In this sword, the vaguely blue shirt figure before staring a lot, you can even see the delicate and clear features of the figure, which at first glance looks like it is too much to respect the world. It is also like a 9-day fairy walking out of the gate with a sword, one sword divided into the sea. This sword, which brings together the various blessing powers of Jian Wushuang, is his peak hit today and his most brilliant hit. Under this sword, the entire universe of starry sky is bursting. Even the top lords, such as the Black Robe Man and the Blue Dog Supreme, felt a sharp sword sweeping across them and couldn't help but step back slightly. Taro Excalibur. This is the Taro Excalibur. Everyone looked up at the dark golden demon, sword with no hands in Jian's hands. The era of the Wushu chaos is too far away from them. Therefore, they don't know much about the Wushu chaos, and they are not too interested. But when the Tai Luo Excalibur dominated the universe, it was just 300 chaos before. Many of the Supremes present have experienced that era, and they know the horror of the Taro Excalibur. They looked at the golden light and let it go, as if shining on the eternal Taro Excalibur. Their breathing couldn't stop, and they became a little hasty. Jian Wushuang, Mo said that you were just holding the Taro Excalibur. Even when Taro Supreme was alive, you didn't dare to provoke our dragons. What are you? Long Qing disdainfully snorted, manipulating the continuous waves of destruction in his mouth, and greeted this unbeatable sword. Is it? The sword is double-sided and expressionless. The tailored Excalibur in his hand exudes bright golden light, cuts through thorns, and passes directly through the waves of destruction, breaking through all obstacles. Okay. Long Qing was shocked. Since countless chaos periods, he has been staying with the dragons. He has never seen what the universe outside the dragons looks like. He has instilled in his mind the thought that the dragons are the entire universe. Big, most noble race. Therefore, he took the whole universe into consideration and did not put anyone in his eyes. The ultimate sword master Wu Shuangsu was even regarded by him as a pig, dog, and catfish that can be slaughtered at will. But now, when he looked at the sword, he knew he was wrong, and he was wrong. The wave of destruction that he used could not stop this smashing sword. This sword, not to mention the full power of the Taro Excalibur, but under the blessing of various mysteries of the sword unparalleled, at this moment has really motivated the Terra Excalibur. The vertical eyes of the hilt position. There are countless bloodshots converging into the pupils like little snakes, emitting a roar from the gods of 9 days. The sword was cut straight on Long Qing. Wow. Countless dark golden dragon blood poured down, like a blood rain falling in the starry sky. Long Qing himself was severely chopped and flew thousands of feet. The golden robe of the robe shattered, and a dragon horn on his head was almost cut off, and a deep sword mark was imprinted on it. Long Qing half knelt in the void, slowly raised his head, a trace of dark golden dragon blood flowing out of his mouth. Sword unparalleled, it! Long Qing growled violently, and the indifferent handsome face could no longer maintain a trace of calmness, and his forehead blue muscles jumped wildly, apparently in a rage. Shame! There has never been a shame. He is a long-time leader of the 4th-generation bloodline of the dazzling dragon tribe. However, today he was injured by a horrible master. This is the biggest shame he has encountered since he was born. This shame is even worse than killing him. Jian Shou's face was pale, his right hand was trembling. Almost at the moment he cut the sword, Tai Luo Excalibur drained all his powers, and now all mysterious blessings recede like tide. Sudden feelings of weakness never burst. This sense of weakness almost made him impossible to stand. The whole person was teetering, and the Taro sword almost came out of hand. However, Jian Wushuang looked at Long Qing, who was embarrassed, but couldn't help laughing. He laughed crazy, laughed disdainfully, laughed unscrupulously. Dwarf dragons, but that's it. Boom! The jade pendant of Jian Wushuang's waist shattered, and the 2 ghostly ghost images condensed and pressed hard again towards Long Qing. This is the original Blood Wave Supreme, leaving a full blow on Jian Wushuang. At this moment, Jian Wushuang already knew that there was no hope for survival. He directly hit these 2 forces and used them at the same time. These 2 ghosts are as high as 10,000 feet. Their legs are like mountains. Their eyes are like stars. Endless blood is entwined around their bodies. And after looking at Long Qing with a stiff and numb expression, they immediately raise their hands to kill. Jian Wushuang, just now you can hurt this seat, but it is the intention of this seat. Do you think you still have such good luck? Long Qing's murderous flickered, said coldly. In the face of this blood wave supreme blow, Long Qing opened his mouth, and a golden fist with a big fist rose slowly from his mouth. Chapter 4378. Dragon Ball. Only when the dragons arrive in the Supreme Realm can they be thoroughly trained. I saw this Dragon Ball twirling slowly, but it was the full force of the initiative to hit the Blood Wave Supreme Void. The endless brilliance radiates, and it contains the brilliant Huanglongwei, the prestige of the quartet. Immediately afterwards, I saw this Dragon Ball, hitting the 2 with Blood Wave Extreme, and collided fiercely. I saw Long Qing's face flushed with a flush, and stepped back a few steps, while the Blood Wave Supreme Void collapsed. This time, Long Qing is no longer so embarrassed. This is his true strength. Sword unparalleled, it's time for us. You can rest assured that this seat will not easily kill you. This seat will let you enjoy the most extreme pain in the world. Long Qing opened his mouth and took a sip, and the whale swallowed the water, re-inhaling the Dragon Ball. His dark, golden vertical pupil twisted slightly, locked on Jian Wushuang's face, revealing a hint of Mori Han's cruel smile. I saw him stepping, and his figure suddenly appeared in front of Jian, was double-sided, right-handed fist covered with golden dragon scales, slamming his sword on his chest. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang, who had no resistance, had instantly collapsed and was torn apart. After doing all this, Long Qing didn't rush to kill the killer, blasted the sword Wushuang divine power all the way, but waited with distorted pleasure to wait for Jian Wushuang's body reorganization. The Supreme Master Bingyu and the Supreme Emperor Qiang looked at this scene silently and put away their supernatural powers. For them, Jian Wushuang is already dead, so it's better to sell a face to Long Qing and let Long Qing torture Jian Wushuang to death. Wow. Sword warriors, collapsed body, gradually reorganized. Long Qing punched out again, enough to flatten the supreme divine power of the star domain, all blasted on Jian Wushuang's chest, and hit his body again and collapsed. Ha ha ha, Jian Wushuang, don't you want to die? This seat just doesn't let you die so easily and feel the ultimate pain in this world. Long Qing laughed eagerly. Time and again, Jian Wushuang's deities were constantly detonated and reorganized by Long Qing, and then detonated again. His bones had been completely shattered, and all the 7 meridians and 6 veins had cracked. The pain from the deepest part of the soul kept coming. At this moment, the sword, unparalleled, already weak to the extreme, he didn't know how long he could hold on. He only knew that now he was already weak and couldn't even speak, and couldn't even lift his fingers. Once again, Jian Wushuang's deity was blasted. If he were not a super chaotic creature at this moment, he was afraid that he could not die anymore. Sword unparalleled, kneel down and ask for mercy from this seat. This seat can give you a happy. As soon as Long Qing stepped on his feet, he stomped on Jian Wushuang's head and laughed scornfully. Jian Wushuang's pupils twisted slightly, looking at Long Qing. There was no fear in his eyes, only sarcasm. His sword is unparalleled, rising to the blue fire world, walking all the way to the depths of the universe, tumbling through the battles. Whoever asked for more than half a point? Today is only one death. What fear? Long Qing looked at the sarcasm in Jian Wushuang's eyes, his face gradually gloomy. Shame to the face. Jian Wushuang, it seems your bones are hard? Then this seat will crush your bones inch by inch. Let's take a look at this seat. How long can you stick to it? Long Qing's eyes flashed a fierce scourge, and he raised his foot and stepped down fiercely, and instantly crushed the sword's whole body skeleton. The sword deity's body collapsed again. Click, click. Slowly, Jian Wushuang's body reorganized hard. After this reorganization, Jian Wushuang's consciousness has become blurred. His eyes have become increasingly scattered, and everything in his vision seems to have double shadows. The sound in the ear gradually faded, and the picture in the field of vision gradually began to fade. The world seems to be silent, but monotonous in black and white. Long Qing was still laughing happily, while the other supremes stood in the surroundings, firmly blocking the space, with a cold and ruthless expression without any mercy. The frosty cold that was sealed in Jintian Bay by him slammed into the blockade encircled by the Jintian Bay in a frantic expression, with a painful expression, tearing his heart and tears in his eyes. It all started to blur and be silent. Are you going to die after all? Jian Wushuang's heart surged into the light. He could feel that even if he was a super-perfect, chaotic creature, under this blow of destruction one after another, he had gradually been unable to persist. He understood that his body could no longer insist on the next reorganization. At this moment, the past kept flowing to my heart. Master, I'm afraid I can't find you. Extreme blood, supreme axe. I can't help your revenge. The memories of everything fade away. He never felt tired invading his body. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After all, it is difficult to equalize. However, at the moment Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and his consciousness gradually fell asleep, he seemed to feel that an overbearing and vigorous blood was like the invincible figure of the rolling sun. Suddenly, in a destructive and rotten posture, like a bomb, the enchantment was torn instantly and slammed in. Leader! A roar sounded. Immediately, he saw a figure covered with white hair, but exuding a thick golden light, and Shenxing said, "Grandchild, this is the Lord in your mouth? The one who was in the ancient sky inside, the little guy who saved your life? Also ask my ancestor to save him, thump." The overlord knelt down and rubbed his head vigorously toward the white-haired figure. "Rest assured, we do not destroy the tyrants and never owe others half-points." The white-haired figure nodded and made a punch in all directions. Suddenly, the sky was falling apart, the stars were shattered, and an overbearing force reached the extreme, enough to suppress the majestic power of all ages, surging up. As the ancient Tianting war drums were sounded, the fist on the white-hair figure was glittering with golden light, like pushing a rolling sun, a golden chariot. I saw that Long Qing, who had stepped on Jian Wushuang's chest, suddenly panicked. Before he could talk, he was directly blasted and turned into a black spot. "Grandson, take your lord away." The white-hair figure commanded a word, and then turned his eyes directly into two blazes, looking at the surrounding Bingyu Supreme, Qiang Emperor, and others. I don't know if this 10,000 chaos era has passed. Do people still remember me? The corner of Bai Mao's figure opened, gradually showing a sneer. Boom! Immediately, I saw this white-haired figure blasted out with a fist, bare hands cracking the sky, and defeated the Supreme. With a fist, he burst the stars and broke the galaxy with one kick. He opened his mouth again and swallowed a sun directly. He was full of golden light, surrounded by endless fairy lights, raising his hands and throwing his feet, directly leading to the void storm. He woke up like a fairy king sleeping in chaos, opened his eyes and came to the world. In front of him, the sun, moon, and stars are like bullets in their hands, and the heavens and the earth are nothing but a foot bath. Can't use any words to describe his domineering and terror. Chapter 40, 379. The golden hair on the fist of the white-haired figure is like pushing the sun, and each punch is like a dragon, which directly punches the sky out of the hole to the extreme. The faces of Bingyu Supreme and others sank, and the eyes were shining brightly. Today's sword unparalleled. I will wait for endless troubles. Come together. Bingyu Extreme opened his mouth coldly and stepped on his right foot severely. A pair of narrow ice wings, composed of ice crystals, appeared behind him. Mystery magic! He groaned, and the ice sword in his hand was fiercely, like a provocative wave on the surface of the sea, chopped down towards the white-haired figure. Several other supreme expressions were dignified. After looking at each other, they also used their housekeeping skills. I miss the kingdom of God. I saw the Qiang Emperor tearing his hands and directly surrounding the emptiness into a sea of blood boiling, the kingdom of blood rising at the beginning of the day. Mystery meteor. Mystery Qing Hong first line. Mystery 6 holy flashes. For a moment, in addition to Long Qing, who was blown away by a white-haired figure and did not know where he had gone, the top 5 supreme supremacy of the other 5 forces shot towards the white-haired figure. Little bunnies, when the old man was crossing the universe, you were not born from the mother. Seeing the shadow of the white-haired man, instead of having any fear on his face, he laughed loudly. I saw that his hands were torn, and the endless blood was boiling. He shattered the thought of the kingdom of God directly and swept it once again, and all the supreme masters who were killed towards him were split. All the supernatural powers that are enough to destroy the sky and the earth are banging on the white-hair figures, but they can't even keep a mark. The white-hair figure is like the ancient warrior Ling Shi. He shakes Kunlun with his hands and shakes the heavenly gate with his legs. Each punch and foot is like a giant axe that cuts the sky, making the world a chaos. In front of him, these top-level supremes, even half-step invincible supremes, which are enough to enter the top of the universe, are like adults hitting children. These top-level supremes have no power to fight. Click! He stretched out his hand and grabbed the ice sword extremity sword, which was cut by Bingyu Supreme, and said, "Little baby, you were too vain emperor in the temple that was too imaginary." When you saw your husband, you were respectful and did not dare to speak loudly. Dare you point me at the sword? Dang! The white hair figure slaps in his right hand, tears the entire right hand of Bingyu Supreme directly, then opens his mouth and bites on the ice sword. Click! I saw the ice sword, which had been promoted to the Supreme Soldier, was bitten by a gap in the white hair figure. Click, click, click. After a few moments of work, the entire ice sword was swallowed into the belly by the white hair figure. The Bai Mao figure patted his belly quite well and took a long nap. At this moment, Bingyu Supreme was covered with sweaty hairs, and the sweat beads appeared on the forehead, and there was no fighting in his heart. Senior, who are you? He asked with a pale expression. Who am I? Bai Mao said with a smirk and replied, Go back and ask your emperor, who is too virtual. That little guy will tell you who the old man is. After that, the white hair shadow looked around and glanced at the other Supremes. The old man is now leaving with Wu Shuang. Who will stop the old man? As soon as this remark came to an end, the top and supreme people who had no one in their eyes were arrogant and embarrassed and bowed their heads in silence. The white hair figure shook his head in disdain, glanced at the far-reaching Jian Wushuang, and held up the overlord with both hands and laughed. Grandson, let's go! Yes, ancestor. Overlord hurried back. Afterwards, Bai Mao's ancestors and overlord left with stride swords and disappeared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, under the huge starry sky, only Bingyu Supreme, Blood Temple Master, and others were left, and their faces stood cloudy and uncertain. What do we do now? The Blue Dog Supreme asked. Bingyu Supreme glanced at him, and Ling Hing said, What else can you do? Why don't you go and grab the sword unparalleled from the old monster? Shaking his head, Bingyu Supreme stepped and disappeared into this starry sky. The universe is gradually returning to peace. This plan of the 6 Supreme Masters, smashing swords unparalleled, declared defeat again. There was a sudden uproar in the universe, and countless people lamented that Jian Wushuang's luck was amazing. However, before this event began to ferment, a major event that really caused the universe to boil instantly caught everyone's attention and topics. The universe race event opened. On that day, suddenly a vision of heaven descended, and the mighty road came in mighty, and there was no sense between heaven and earth. Reiki surged towards thousands of souls. The world saw only one day, and the number of wise minds was unknown. Many people were under the might of the avenue, and occasionally got the avenue to break through the realm. A magnificent voice sounded through the world. It's time I preach in the palace of the night, and anyone who has my chance to come can listen. Immediately, thousands of people worshipped. Countless people look up at the starry sky. All are excited. Ha 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 ha! The grand event of the universe finally opened. The old man waited for hundreds of times of chaos, finally waited until today. This time, I will be one of those 10 listening positions. On this day, countless old monsters trapped in the sleeping retreat awakened and went to the Lingxiao Palace. In addition, the universe, the top forces, immortal descent, ancient holy places, and a country of gods have all been invited to participate in the universe race, and have sent the strongest of their forces to the universe. A race for all peoples. The world is moving and mighty. Thousands of winds and clouds flooded to the Lingxiao Palace. This cosmopolitan event will last for 60 years, and it is the biggest event in the entire universe that includes all races. At this time, all dispute ceased. Nothing was more important than the grand event of the universe. At the same time, in a swampy area in a remote corner of the universe, the 3 of them, wearing uniform black robes and black armor, had strange breaths and were hiding in the dark. Big 7, the cosmic grand event has begun. The height of 3 meters, as the Supreme said. The Supreme Man, who was called to eat 7, heard a hoarse voice and replied, Bite 9, let's leave first. The old guy's eyes are very tight. Once he finds that we are here, he will most likely expose the plan. Joe heard his eyes narrowed and nodded coldly. Well, let's leave first, but just didn't find that guy. Otherwise, I must crush him. Wow. A swirling, inky black hole appeared on the bottom of their feet. The figure of the three of them was like being swamped in a swamp, and was swallowed up by this black hole vortex. Well, wait, it won't be long before we come back. There was unwilling, cold laughter in this swamp.